Hey! Hi, everyone. Welcome to Normal Merrick Show. Host Rob Norm. I'm here, baby. Oh, it's going to be a wonderful night. I think we got a great show planned for you today. Not a debate. It's going to be a show where I'm going to be like 20% spectator and 80% will be my guest tonight because we've found another human being that is as talkative as I am. And I mean that in a good way. My friend Fabian Liberty, an ANCAP. We're going to be doing sort of a lecture series that he does. I thought the first time that I had him on, and we talked about McCarthy and McCarthyism, and he sort of explained very thoroughly in great detail in ways that even an average ill-read person like myself could understand exactly why the history's been rewritten on what actually was happening with McCarthy, and he was actually correct in the majority of the things he was saying about communism. In that spirit, he's going to come back on tonight, and we're going to go through another lecture. Now, he sent me the link of the slides he'll be using. It's one of those deals, though, where it's like, I don't know what it's through, like Dropbox or something to that effect, and it wouldn't give me access to it, so I have no clue. He did tell me that the Christians in the audience will be very pleased. So maybe it'll have something to do with the Founding Fathers and, how so much of their governance philosophy had to go through Christianity. I don't know. Yeah, isn't that weird, Lobster? The gaming channel seems to give more of a notification than my channel. It's very strange. Anyway, so I came on. That's going to start at 10 p.m., so we got a half hour. I figured I'd come on and talk to you all for a minute before that starts. Man, oh man, is your boy Rob going to be busy with stuff in the coming days here. It's going to get crazy amount. I think I have, for other people, I have 3 debates that I'm working on. Then I have a debate with Destiny tomorrow, which that's going to have to come last in priority, which is crazy because that's going to be a big debate. But it is what it is, man. When you put yourself out there for other people to do research, strategy, and other stuff, that comes first. So I'm going to be busting my ass. As such, we're going to have a hard out at 2 o'clock tonight because I'd like to get an hour or 2 of research done tonight. Then I have a haircut at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I'll come back from that haircut and I'm going to start busting my ass all day. My wife's going to make ham and bean soup. And so I'll probably run downstairs and eat for 10 minutes, somewhere between like 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. when I start streaming. And other than that, baby, it's going to be work. It's going to be work. But that's okay. It's work that I like doing, that I think I'm good at. So it's like 4 weeks ago, but yeah, man. Yeah, that's right. That's how big time I am. I be getting my hair cut all the time. Maybe I'll get my hair cut Friday too. How about that? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll go every day. Bam! Yeah! How you like those apples? But I basically just got home. So I went downstairs after I was done with the daytime show, met my wife and kid, went to the in-laws, was there, came home, stream again. So there's been 0 time for me to be productive as far as stuff to do for my channel and other debates. However, I was productive in the most important way, and that was having a good time with my family. So I had a great time. I had a great time at dinner. My father-in-law is a smart dude, hardworking dude, but there's some things he doesn't understand. So, like, he uses Facebook Messenger a lot, like Facebook and Facebook Messenger a lot. So him and some of his buddies will, like, send each other links. I don't use Facebook at all, right? It's just, I don't know. It's not a platform I'm interested in, but he uses it. And what he doesn't understand is people will send him videos, basically the equivalent of like TikTok videos they'll send him. And he doesn't understand that the name of the account whose video it is isn't the name of like the movie that he's seeing a clip from. So he's like, you know that guy from Friends? And I'm like, yeah, there's like 3. Which one are you talking about? He's like, Matthew. I was like, Matthew Perry. He's like, yeah. He's like, there's this movie he's in. It's called Yes Day. And it's like he's a teacher and he goes into the inner city and he like really helps these kids out. And like it looks like an awesome movie. And I was like, Yes Day? He's like, yeah, but I can't find it on any social media platform. And I was like, I don't know, man. So I look it up and I'm like, there's a movie called Yes Day from like 2 or 3 years ago, starring Jennifer Garner, but Matthew Perry's not in that. And he's like, no. He's like a teacher. So then Jim Bob managed a 55-second goal today. I'm tired of the Jim Bob did it better shit. Oh, Jim Bob. I'm not rating him anymore. Fuck him. He's making me look bad. Anyways, so, I just go online and I search Matthew Perry movie where he's a teacher going into the inner city. And there's a movie called, I don't know if it's Ron or Roy. I think it's Ron. The Ron Clark story. I'd never heard of this. It was a made-for-TV movie. It stars Matthew Perry, and it's basically, as explained, it's based on a true story where he goes in, he's like teaching at like some rural school and decides he wants to try his luck going into the inner city and helping kids out that are maybe disadvantaged. And he goes in and he teaches them. And I'm like, how the fuck did he get the movie yesterday? So he shows me his phone and like the Facebook Messenger, and the name of the channel, the clip of the movie he's watching from is called Yes Day. And I'm like, oh no, man, that's the name of the channel you're watching this on. And he's like, no, it says right there. Like, did they change the name of the movie? I'm like, no, they didn't. They didn't change the name of the movie. Anyways, it was on Amazon Prime. So I watched like an hour of that movie. Cheesy, but as far as the old trope of, person goes into inner city and tries to teach kids stuff, it's fine. But my father-in-law's a sucker for the wholesome movie. So there you have it. So we figured it out. We got to the bottom of it. But he was like struggling looking up this movie yesterday on Netflix for like 2 days on Amazon Prime and Netflix. He's like, I just don't see it. I was like, well, you don't have the right name of the movie. That's the problem. So there you have it. So I did some, this guy, Boomers, man. I myself am in the very last year of the Boomers, I think. But man, how can I reach these kids? Yeah, exactly. I find it so funny, man. Like, that guy could rip apart a diesel engine and put it back together in a day. He's like the smartest mechanic, carpenter. He's a fucking farmer. He's a truck driver. Like, all this shit, like real world skills that he's just absolutely brilliant at. And then he'll get stumped by like, I don't know how to hook my DVD player up to the TV. And I'm like, there's literally one wire. It only fits in one slot in each one. You see? Put it here. He'd be like, wow, thanks a lot. How'd you figure that out? It makes me feel good because I'm a fucking idiot. Like, any car problems I have, I'm taking my car. Half the time I think he's just fucking with me so that I don't feel like a total like screw up as his son-in-law. He's like, oh, geez, I can't figure out how to hook up the DVD player. If only there was someone here. And I'm like, yeah, let me take care of that. No problem. I'll jump on that. No problem at all. So, but I got to the bottom of it. So yes, I saved the day at the in-laws' house. I'm in the good graces. Also, we had steak salad for dinner. And then my mother-in-law, right? Like it's like steak salad. It's all ready to go. And she's like, well, I got something. And she pulls out shrimp. She made Cajun shrimp. She's like, throw these on there too. Bam! Steak and shrimp salad. Just like that. You're all geared up. You're all geared up for steak salad. And bam! You throw shrimps on top of it. Hell yeah! I did not bring the Dino game home because my son, we were in a hurry to get home. And my son's going to spend Saturday there while me and my wife are off for our anniversary, 11th anniversary. So, it was a great night, though. So, back in the saddle, though, like I said, stream tonight, done at 2, hopefully at 2. Research till 4, go to bed, wake up 7, take my son to school, haircut 9. After haircut, come back, research. Get ready for debate at 6 o'clock. Sometime find time for lunch. Do the debate at 6 o'clock. After the debate, do my normal show starting at 9 o'clock. Probably do a griftathon tomorrow night, and then mercifully around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. tomorrow night, get some sleep. That's the plan. So we'll be operating on 2 or 3 hours of sleep. But work's work, baby. Got to get her done. So I'm looking forward to it. And if I don't get any time to prep for my debate, well, then I guess I'll have to rely on skill alone. Oh, no. Oh, you want me to, how I met my wife? Now, again, we're just stalling for 20 minutes here until Fabian's going to join us. Yeah, I met my wife we met several times. We didn't really know it, though. But the first time we met and we actually talked, I was at a Halloween party. A mutual friend of me and my now wife's. Her roommate was sort of going on a date. They weren't really dating, but sort of going on a date with my brother that canceled. And anyways, we're all at this party, and her roommate's off doing whatever. And we're standing on stairs. We're drinking a little. She's sitting on the stairs. I'm standing on it. And she's like, "Oh, maybe someday my roommate and you, or my roommate and your brother, will get married. Maybe someday we would get married. I would be a great wife. I'm a great cook. I like cleaning. Blah 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 blah. Uh, what would you bring to a marriage?" And I said, "A good backhand." And she laughed, and that was it. That was how we met. So basically, yeah, I know I need to start getting good sleep. We'll start next week, right? No day stream tomorrow. No. I can't fit it in. There's no way I could fit 2.5 hours in tomorrow. So, yep, there won't be a day stream tomorrow. So, you know what that means? We have to hit our goal today financially. Have to. No day stream to cover it up tomorrow. So, that's the plan. Some notes. No day stream tomorrow. Tomorrow, 6, I'll probably start around 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Be getting ready for a debate with Destiny there. Or as Level 4 Lobster would call him, Steven. Excuse me. So that'll be at 6:30 will be the start of the debate. I'll probably start at 6, make sure all of my audio and everything's working. After that, I'll just keep the stream going. Friday should do the normal daytime stream, call-in show, and then in the evening we'll probably do, bounce around Verbal Combat, other shows like that. Saturdays, I'm off completely. It's my anniversary. Me and my wife are going to a casino. We booked our hotel. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. Sunday, I doubt that I'll stream. I may, but I doubt it. If so, it will just be in the evening. And then next Monday, then, I'm going to be working big time hard, and there won't be any call-in shows Monday through Thursday because I will be running the Extravaganza show on Rumble exclusive, the Crucible's Rumble channel. So I will be co-hosting with Andrew Wilson and be involved in the production of that show for all 4 days next week. Is Jake Rattlesnake's off? I don't know if he's on vacation, if he's got other important things going on. Whatever the case, that's why I'm here, to fill in as necessary. So it's going to be a big opportunity. Another baby in 9 months. I don't know. It sounds like a lot of work. But that's it. That's the game plan. So we're booked up until next week, next Thursday. That's the life that I've chosen for myself. So, broke out the old Carhartt Black. Yeah. Should have a nice new haircut. Just serendipitously fell on the day that I got big debates and shit going on tomorrow. All right, nice. I will be debating the Russia collusion hoax and sort of Obama and team's connection to it with Destiny. The topic is just Obama-Russia hoax. That's 3 words. So, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be honest, I don't even have to hide my strategy. What I need is, I already know what I'm going to say. It's a story that I know, a topic that I know quite well. What I was looking for is direct quotes and page numbers, is what I was looking for. Because he's going to ask for a lot of direct references. So it's things like, I wanted to go through the IG report that I have saved and look at some of my highlighted notes, find the important passages of things I know I'd bring up, have the exact page, the exact paragraph, so I could quote it at a moment's notice. Then I wanted to go through sort of the Durham report, do the same thing. Then in addition to that, possibly some things with the Mueller report. Then I also wanted to go through a list of everyone that was charged in the Mueller report and what their crimes were. Then I wanted to go through the things that we've seen released by Tulsi Gabbard, sort of the Gabbard files that we saw released. That was my plan. So that was going to be probably, I wanted to put in 4 hours of work for that. But it's not really coming up with new arguments. It's just familiarizing myself with the source material. I already know what I want to say. It's bringing it up. It's finding out exactly where it's at in these documents. If all else fails, then we'll do the old Control F search the documents during the debate. It might take longer, but that's what I was trying to do. Ooh, Destiny's reading the Tulsi Files tonight for debate prep. Oh shit! Oh no, no, good. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to do basically as well. Do I plan on doing research on stream? Nope. I don't even know if I'll do any research, if I'm honest, because the way things broke down, by the time I agreed to this debate, it was yesterday. I assumed I'd have all tomorrow to plan for it, and then I got 3 other debates thrown my way that need research done by Friday, and they're all going to have to come first. So that's no. That's no slight on Destiny. I think he's a seriously good debater, and it would always be better to prep. What it is it's things that you have to prioritize for your job. And so, as someone who is working for a network of debaters, part of my job is research. Part of my job is debate strategy, preparation, etc. And so I have no choice but to prioritize that. My channel is always going to have to come second. It just so happens 99% of the time that any work I do for other people ends up benefiting myself as well. For example, if Level 4 Lobster's like, Rob, will you help me prepare for a debate on climate change? Guess what? The research I'm doing to help Lobster on that climate change debate probably going to be useful to me at some point in the future. So it ends up being copacetic. It works out. But if I agree, yeah, Level 4 Lobster, I'll help you out with that. And then all of a sudden someone contacts me and says, hey, I want to debate you tomorrow on this. My research for my debate is always going to have to come secondary to Lobster's debate in that scenario, because that's what it means to prioritize, promises that you make to people. So it is what it is. Yeah, I saw Magus fighting with Thomas Massey again. But yeah, it should be fun. Super chats real quick. Ron Quay, $2 says, here's $2. Get the wife something nice. Congrats. Come on. I don't want to spoil her. $2. Find her a nice ring pop or something. Level 4 Lobster, $10. Says, put it all on black. I like playing a little blackjack, even though I'm not particularly good at it. Andrew's going live at 10 tonight. All right. Me too. What's he doing? TikTok invasion tonight? Mm-hmm. So at 10 o'clock here, we're going to have Fabian Liberty come on. I have no idea exactly what we're going to talk about, but like I said, it's going to be sort of... See? Trump's tariffs have raised the price of ring pop. Like, come on, let's call a spade a spade. It's all Trump's fault.
Tariff.
You Trump, damn you Trump. Listen. So, do I ever do research on stream? I enjoyed some of Destiny's research streams. I haven't really. It's something I would consider. I would consider doing research on stream. I don't know though. Like, I'm weird. When I research, I like to be alone. But I suppose I could try it someday. Maybe for something that wasn't an imminent debate. That way, if it was weird and I wasn't that productive, it would be okay. But debate with Destiny tomorrow. Halloos. It says, hey Rob, it's robnoerr. I'm rebranding. I'm gonna throw my hat in the game. Destiny debate tomorrow night, right? Yeah, 6:30 p.m. For those that asked, it's not your fault. No one's obligated to watch me all the time. But I have answered the question about why am I debating Destiny, seeing as how there are serious allegations against him. Not going to re-speak on that tonight. Why are you debating Destiny? I thought he blacklisted you. Long story short, he said that there is no blacklist anymore. So, okay, fine, whatever. That's the gist of it. Now, if you missed last night's show, I do apologize to the great Spiro. He has me a better version of this that he sent that's not colored like vomit. You'll see what I mean. But let me just show you something real quick. Can I screen share this? Yeah, I think I could screen share this. It's nice to be able to screen share and not have to worry about weird pornography and things like that. How do I do this? Maybe if I do this. No. Well, never mind. Forget the screen share. We'll just do it this way. We will go to the shaky cam. Dun, 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 dun. Shaky cam. So let me show you here. If you look at my screen, I'm so ghetto. I can't figure out how to do the screen share. So if we go, oh, that's the wrong button. If we go up here and we go to bookmarks, you'd see here's Russiagate, FBI corruption, pandemic, economy, crime, Trump Biden accomplishment, critical race theory, trans issues, January 6th, Afghan withdrawal, Ukraine, China aggression, Niger. I don't know why that is its own category. Economy 2024, the border, our buddy Posh, some other stuff. Then other bookmarks that I've yet to sort yet. So this is sort of the shit. Probably about half of this is going to be shit that would be relevant for tomorrow. So the problem is, my problem is I'm super ill organized. That's one of my big problems. But I got all this stuff up here, right, that I've read, all the stuff that I read for this. When I'm reading the Durham report, when I'm reading the IG report, when I'm reading them, somewhere I got the fucking book of the Mueller report around here. I don't know where I put that, but it is here. But Rob N-word exposed. It said Niger. You bastards. There was no porn folder. You could freeze frame and go look. Absolutely 100% proud to say that my computer is 100% porn free. Not only is it porn free, I don't even think I've like downloaded music in a fraudulent way or anything like that in this computer. It's pretty clean cut here. No ROMs or anything like that of any games. Just normal boring shit. I know it's risk. It's all right. It's funny. So that's sort of, it would be nice to compose that without having to go, oh, I know it's here somewhere. Where the fuck's that file? It'd be nice to have it all composed and at my fingertips when I'm doing this debate. Someday I'll find time. I need to start once a week going through my shit, like 2 hours, organizing it, getting it all set up. Because in debate, like, let me see if I can find something for you here real quick. My goodness. So if I delve deep into my old email files from my time as a policy debater, let's see if I can find this. Really? Oh, that's fine. Let me show you what debate files look like, if you don't mind. Maybe you'll find this interesting. This is from 2009. Jeez Louise. All right. So this is Capitalism Good, a particular Capitalism Good file. All right. So this is how we would do debate files. So this is Clarion. That was my team. Preseason 2009. Economic decline equals war. Nuclear war results from economic decline. This is Mead. Mead's a sort of famous author. 92. I remember Mead 92. I used to read this. Global economy stagnates will face a new period of international conflict. South against North, rich against poor, Russia, China, India. These countries with a billion people, nuclear weapons oppose much greater than the world order. The war Germany, Japan did in the 30s. And Thomas Bearden, what was his? He's the founder or the president of the Academy of Distinguished Academy of Science or something like that. Economic collapse causes nuclear Armageddon, obliteration of the biosphere. I probably read this piece of evidence right here. I probably read this in my debate career more than any other. Desperate nation take desperate action prior to the final economic collapse. Stretch the nation will have intensity of the conflicts to the point where the arsenals WMD are almost certain to be released. Disposed of North Korea launch nuclear weapons in Japan, South Korea, the U.S. forces suicide response to the China non-range missile to attacks Taiwan. The multiple treaties will quickly draw another in conflict significantly. One significant nuclear adversaries of launch perception. The only chance nation has to survive social media preemptive strikes try to perceive it's all rapidly possible. The rapid episode for WMD and change resulting Armageddon will destroy civilization, most of the biosphere. So like this is what debate was, right? You had imagine thousands upon thousands of pieces of evidence. You tagline it, so that's sort of the abstract of what it says. Then you got your author. Sometimes you read the qualification, sometimes not. You got the date. Then you highlight the portion that you want to read. There's Mead again, economic decline war, conventional war, right? Causes war, threatens survival, sours relations, ends peace. Depressions cause racism, stagnation, root of all wars. This is it, though. This is how now you have economic decline causes nuclear proliferation, right? This is Silk, and then Taylor, nuclear proliferation equals war. Economic decline causes protectionism, causes racism. Now, do you see how this could be useful? So my opponents have a plan. I say your plan causes economic decline, which causes nuclear war. They're like, yeah, but we solve racism, and racism is more likely to happen and more important. Economic downturn causes Asian scapegoating and racism. It causes racist immigration laws, which turn the case. Causes immigrant crackdown, which makes racism worse. Causes violence against minorities and immigrants. Economic decline prevents arms reduction. It hurts U.S. hegemony. Khalazad, read that a ton of times. But this is how I am used to having my evidence. Now, somewhere in here, you probably see it'll say like answer to AT. That's answer to alienation. So if someone makes an argument about alienation, we're ready to go with an answer to that. Global warming solves global warming. Prevents racism. Prevents terrorism. Answer to capitalism causes imperialism. Anyways, you get the idea. I have to keep going through it, but that's how I was used to having evidence, right? And so for me, that's how I liked it. Like, I would like, if I had like a ton of fucking time to prep a debate, that's how I would have evidence look. I would have like, okay, here's my general strategy, right? And then I would have it blocked out. Okay, they say Trump fired people at the CDC. Answer to that. Bam, there's a block of evidence. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 arguments. Answer to, they say Trump's racist because of immigration crackdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of evidence. It's all right there. It's like a file folder. And we didn't have it on computer. Basically, when I was debating, we had it in these Rubbermaid tubs. And then you had these, we called them like accordions or expandos. And it would be A through Z. Then you would list on the front, slot A is the whole folder is capitalism good. Slot A solves racism. Slot B solves proliferation. Slot C. You get the gist, right? And so then someone says, racism, bam, you pull out your capitalism file, bear, racism, slot 2, pull it out, ready to go. You've already prepped it. You've practiced with this evidence. You know what this evidence says. Or sometimes you don't, and you got to fucking pick it up as you're reading it as fast as humanly possible. You're also processing what it says and being able to debate it. So compare that to this fucking slop that I just showed you. All of my having all these bookmarks. Research was never my strong suit, if I'm honest. nor was organization. I'm very ill-organized. I was very good at debate. I was very good at presentation. I was very good at cross-ex. I was very good at strategy. But I was dog shit when it came to research. I was just so bad. Like, you would read a book and you'd cut evidence out of it, and it would take me like 3 weeks to do that, and I would get like 30 pieces of evidence, and my partner would like read that same book in 2 days and cut like 100 pieces of evidence. He was just so much better than me at that. So, anyways, that's the gist of it. So, all right. Fabian will be on here any minute, and then we'll get rolling. Here's what I'm going to need from you fools. We got to get that goal at $357 today. Now, I don't want to shock you, but you're not going to believe what happened 2 days ago. Jake Rattlesnake, you ready to hear this? Yeah, he's ready. He's girded his loins. You're not going to believe this. 2 days ago. No, I never went to law school. 2 days ago, if you could believe it, just 2 days ago, this dude, Austin Hall, said $357 a day is highly unreasonable. I mean, can you believe it? Just 2 days ago? What a bastard. You're unreasonable, sir. So we got to hit that goal. I promise I'll read all Super Chats. I'm probably not going to stop my conversation with Fabian Liberty in order to read Super Chats, unless I happen to catch one that's very relevant to what Fabian's saying at the time. So let's read a couple real quick as we're waiting. The great Dean Jacobs, $8 says, hi, Rob. Hi, all. Hello. Blasterbot, $50 says, let's show off the new whip wheel. Hoping for the rat version. I'll show it in 1 second. $50 for the whip wheel. $20 for a regular whip song, and $100 to pick your own version. Rouge, $10 says, send me that info on the LED board and I'll figure it out. I kind of want one too. Okay. Give me a day or two and I'll get that. I'm going to be super busy for the next 2 days, but I will definitely remind me. I'll definitely do that. Now, whip board. Here we go. Bookmark. I literally have a file called Whip Song Folder. I am the lamest person that's ever existed. Here we go. Fabian's going to come in while I'm doing this, and his audience is going to think I'm the lamest person that's ever existed. $50 Blasterbot. Congratulations. You did it, man. So let's do it. Let's see what song we land on. Please don't be the 4-minute 8-bit song. Here we go. Oh, what's it gonna be? Oh, son of a bitch. Well, I manifested that into existence, didn't I? Well, congratulations, Blasterbot. I hope it's what you wanted. Here we go. For those that don't know, I'm sure you'll figure out what's going on. We remade the whip song into other versions last night. So enjoy this 8-bit, like NES sounding version of the whip song. This is 4 minutes of complete insanity, so brace yourself. By the way, this is going to stop while Fabian's here. Song play for a donation. No, give me a second. It's long. It's like 3 more minutes. So. sounds like it's over. It's not. Watch.
No,
fucking no, stop. What is happening? All right, I'm gonna mute this. This is too much.
We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right. There's like 10 seconds left. That's it. We're done with it. All right, Fabian.
All right, there we go.
Done.
All right. Hold on.
I'll explain
All right.
briefly.
You better have gotten paid for that because so far
50
tonight, I've made
$50
$23 tonight. All right, I've been on for two. Blasterbot did this shit.
Yes.
You come into my chat and donate $10 to me, and then you switch over to his chat and you donate fucking $50 to rape my ears, you piece of shit.
Now listen. I'll explain to you what I'll explain.
Also, he's got deep pockets apparently.
There's a lore. There's a lore behind all this. So here's what happens. Did you know there was a Rankin Bass Lord of the Rings movie in like the 70s? Rankin Bass is like the dude that did those old like stop motion doll Christmas movies, kind of like Rudolph. Mm-hmm. He didn't do Rudolph, but he did like there's.
I've seen the Hobbit cartoon, but I didn't know.
Yes, that's it. The Hobbit cartoon, right? So there's a song.
Yeah. That's a great cartoon.
It's great. I've not seen
Going Down to Goblin Town. Great song.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the one is when they're marching, right? Where the goblins are marching and they're singing this song called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. So I never heard this song. I see it like a month ago. And I'm like, oh, it'll be funny to like drum up donations. Like, come on, you bastards. Where there's a whip, there's a way, donations. Well, people started requesting the song like 100 times a night for me. So I was like, okay, $20 for a request. And one night, these prick audience members of mine, 73 times in a row, made me play that fucking song at $20 a donation. Now what they had me do was change the song into different versions. So as you can see here, we have the 8-bit version, which you just got, but there's reggae country. Fuck? So we're waiting for you to come. All of them are basically a minute long. I'm like, please don't land on the 8-bit one because it's 4.5 fucking minutes. And then literally it lands on that.
Real quick, I apologize for his volume being low. I had it cut down because of that insane music. I apologize. I'm getting it back.
I wasn't saying anything important anyways. So, but yeah, that's it. So my audience tortures me with that shit. And that's basically, and it's embarrassing that people come in at the exact wrong time like you did there. Anyways, done with now for the night until after you're gone tonight. So
yeah, we're doing a late night stream, dude. Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I was trying to find a stream we did and I didn't realize how many streams we've done together.
It's been probably years. 7, 8 would be my guess.
Well, plus there's a couple of debate panels, right?
Well, yeah, that's not
so like right. So when I searched both of us, I was like, oh shit, there's a lot there. You know, you're one of the few good ones, all right? And one of the good ones, I mean anybody that isn't libertarian, they're all bad, they're all evil, and then there's a couple of good ones, and you're one of the good ones. So I appreciate you.
Well, I need to bring like people like you and Casimir, and someday get Liquid Zulu on because I'm inundated. I have 2 wolves in me. I have the libertarian adjacent wolf, and I got the Christian nationalist wolf. And everybody I'm hanging around now is Christian nationalist. So it's important. It's important to go out of my way and remind myself.
Did you ever see me debate Jim Bob on Christian nationalism?
No.
You should watch that. All right. A little bit of a spoiler. I fucking got his ass in the intro and he didn't know what to do for the entire debate because instead of doing like the typical libertarian thing that he was ready for, I just talked about the killing of the last great king of Russia, about the last divine monarchy, and about the fact that only anarcho-capitalism allows Christian people to live in a Christian nation of their own choosing, and described how that monarchy would look and how socialism and this attempt to live with all these other people has ruined this. And like, dude, he fucking broke. He just like, that's a nice story you told. And then he was like, and I was like, okay, well, what's your definition of Christian nationalism? He's like, when people vote for Christians. I was like, oh, so that's what Christian nationalism is.
Greasy. Damn, greasy.
Listen to me.
You look showered to me.
No. Listen, I am greasy. I'll tell you why I'm greasy. I have really bad dandruff. Okay, I have bad dandruff. It's something I struggle with. You know what I do? Because I'm not a fucking Asmongold piece of shit. Every time I shower, I use salicylic acid shampoo. I use a fucking scrub brush with silicone cone tips. I scrub the fuck out of it, and then I put tea tree oil in it to set it so that I don't get dandruff. So it gives a little bit of a greasy look. Also, I'm about 13 rounded up % black. So it sounds like you're a racist piece of shit that doesn't care about my health issues, you monster.
Dude, it's weird how race has been like thrown in unexpected ways
like
recently.
Muted or something.
Oh, can you hear me? Check. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
I'm good. My audience can hear me, right?
Bro, I can't hear you.
Okay, I think it's on your
I
end.
just
not mine,
switched
because-
audio devices on me. Give me a second.
Okay. Check. My audience can still hear me. Just
Go ahead.
Checking. Can you hear me? Can my audience still hear me?
Okay, the test is working on me. But
Okay.
for some reason, it's switched audio device,
Hmm.
and I'm not hearing you.
It must be your headset because my audience is hearing me and I hear you. So
I'm going to quit and rejoin, but
Okay.
I'm not hearing you at all. And it
Okay.
seems the audio test works on it.
Huh. That's weird. Go ahead.
I've had
Try
this
that.
happen.
Let me make sure I'll remove screen. Lord of the Nerds, real quick. $2 says that's a fucking intro, Fabian. There you go. Little 8-bit whip. I know 90% of my audience hates the end caps. I don't give a shit. I like Fabian. Hopefully we get this worked out. Now, I have no idea what exactly we're going to talk about tonight, just to be clear. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I've been having issues with other people on StreamYards every now and then. Like something that's been happening like the last month or so, where like someone's audio will just cut out.
So, sometimes I use StreamYard, right? I don't know if you do, but that's what I used to stream with. I joined like panels that were also using StreamYard, and it kept fucking bricking my computer. Like 3 times I debated this guy RTP on Sarah Tomatoes channel, and it would just, both me and RTP would freeze up, and we both had to restart our computer. And I think it was because of StreamYard, but anyways.
Yeah, StreamYard's been doing some weird shit.
Looks like we're not going to get our
Twitter.
our StreamYard sponsorship here, talking shit. It's all right,
Dude,
StreamYard. We'll still take your money.
Hold on. I am a professional bridge burner. And I didn't realize that because because I was going at Connor because Connor is bought and paid for by Midas Touch.
Oh.
Which
I
is
wanted
a liberal-
to talk
which is
about
a
that
liberal-
tonight. Yeah.
It's a liberal organization that raised $4.7 million in 2020 to get rid of Donald Trump, and then they turned into Democracy Now as a PAC. Not to be confused with the other company that is Democracy Now, a different Democracy Now, Super PAC. And then they had this little branch off group, and I was just shitting on him, and I was exposing him for the lying, grifting piece of shit that he is. And then like he was coming at me on Twitter or whatever, a little bit back and forth about it. It was like, you've never, like you're just a nobody. You've never been tested. And then I was like, you know what, motherfucker? I called out Tom Woods, who's well respected in the libertarian movement, because he was 26 years old and groomed his 15-year-old first wife. And I had bridges burned. I got bridges burned where I couldn't get into the Geeks and Gamers group because I piss off some of the libertarian, that was there. I was like, I piss off Clint Russell and I piss off the LP because I challenged them on having a pedophile Scott Ritter to speak. And then I just started going through all of the times that I've like just burned bridges and opportunities because fuck you, I'm not working with groomers and pedophiles and commies. And like, I was like, wait a minute, I'd be more famous than you right now, motherfucker. If I was like cause I'd already spoken to Ryan and several people, I was on my way to being like a part of Geeks and Gamers, almost certainly, very quickly. And then several other groups I could have been a part of, but I was like, nah, I'm speaking the truth. Fuck off.
Well, damn it. I wish I had that clip in front of me because I know that you have something to present to us tonight, which I'm very excited. We talked about this.
I'm excited about it too. Yeah.
One of my favorite streams I ever did was I've been talking this up all week when
fuck.
I brought you on and like you went through I'm one of the, for being a pretty good debater, I'm so fucking ill-read. I am the definition of just a like living in the moment redneck, right? And so for someone who is as ill-read as me, the narrative that the average person gets on McCarthy is just like, oh, he's this piece of shit that was just super, like xenophobic and was going after opponents like in this shitty way. Turns out, no. Like 90% of what he was doing was spot on.
No, he's a fucking hero.
Yeah, and I never knew that.
Rageaholic recently did a video on it, right? But this is before that, just so you guys know. But right, like because there was nobody that was really talking about this. I happened to do like 2 streams on it. But Rageaholic did a much better one. I just like to give credit where credit's due. Like as much as I would say, if you only have a limited time, go watch Rageaholic's one because he has done so much extensive research and work that's so much better than what I did. But yeah, it was a wonderful thing, and I like doing shit like that. I like doing interviews. I like doing discussions. I like doing presentations that I research and things like that. But money and time and clout and entertainment is a game, especially when you're small. And so I just don't have a lot of time to devote to that. I mostly have to fucking try and get debates and get reaction channels out and things like that. And You know, but if I was funded and like had a lot more money and time, dude, you'd see me pop out of the debate space. Like I'm fucking good. Like I might show up every now and then, but I'm doing interviews, I'm doing discussions, I'm doing like presentations. I'm not doing. I do debate. I'm a competent debater. I'm better than everybody on Twitch right now. But that's not saying anything.
Right. Well, for me, it's so I totally agree. Like Twitch debate is dead. For me, now I get paid by the Crucible and I stream full time. But being paid by the Crucible isn't what you think, right? Like I'm doing debate research prep, plus like I'm doing the shows, production work for shows and stuff like that behind the scenes. So next week I'm doing this extravaganza show. The whole point of the extravaganza show is like just joking around, right? It's not like what I like to do. Like I'm in my element. If I have free time, right, I like to go through like the Her report, right, and fucking a 400-page report and go through it. You know, that's the sort of shit I like.
Well, I don't do news, right? Like I do news a little bit, but because mine is a philosophy. Jesus fucking Christ, I can tell it's 10 o'clock at night. Yeah. Philosophy channel. You know, like I don't do as much of that. So people will be like, you know, I want you to go in depth on Ukraine. I'm like, that's not happening. Like I have some opinions, but like my time is spent listening to some person talk about this political philosophy or some historical event. I'm not fucking doing a deep dive on every update on Ukraine. I'll blow my fucking brains out if I have to do that as a job.
So, and for me, it's like, so I was like, oh, I'll do it full time. I'll have time to do that. But what you find out quickly is between working for another channel, that's fucking 6 to 8 hours a day. And then when I'm doing on my channel.
Yeah, you're putting in work, dude. I see you like pop in on the mornings and I see you do the evening stuff. Like you're putting in work, man. People
want the debates and shit. And like, I'm sure you find this as well. A lot of times what'll happen is we're fucking nerds. So something that might excite us, like, oh, fuck yes, I'm going to do this deep dive on like, you know, Rothbard in this fucking book. Like I'm going to do this. Now, yeah, you've cultivated an audience that's interested in that, but a broader audience, they're like, Fabian, kick someone's ass in a debate. That's what we want to see, right? Like, yeah, cool. It's you're reading a book. What the
nothing
fuck is
pisses
that,
me off. Nothing pisses. I did that Prime Kai's panel not too long ago about like the Destiny situation. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it, whatever. And then I watched my numbers peak up to like 90 viewers, and I'm like, fuck, man, that is the devil's on your fucking shoulder if there ever was one. It's just, and it makes so much sense why there's so many channels where it's just like every video is like covering this drama. Oh, what happened with this? And it's like, it sucks that is where the money is. You know what I mean? That's where more viewership is. But at the same time, I'm really proud of my channel. If you guys come to my channel, on Rob Noerr's channel, you know, I have a small group of people that are dedicated and they will fucking flame you on like political, like everyone, like I'm so proud of my audience is like, is great. And I love that. And like, what I never want to do is I never want to become Stardust. I know that's such a shitty thing to say. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying there was a time where she was getting 100, 200 viewers and was constantly having to cover drama and cultivated a toxic fucking audience. And then she couldn't fucking keep that up because nobody can, because it just eats away at you. And then when she stopped doing shit like that, you know, it fucked her.
I know his name's Scott. I have this thing, by the way, this is completely irrelevant. I tell people this all the time. I purposely don't go out of my way to learn people's real names because a lot of people you deal with on this online space don't want their real name divulged. So let's say you were hiding that your name's Scott, right? And you're just like Fabian Liberty. Then we get to bullshitting behind the scenes and you're like, oh, let me send you an email and it says Scott. I don't want to know that because then I'm going to accidentally call you Scott. So I always just try to get in the habit.
Everybody knows Scott is the name, is not the name I go by. Scott is, I mean, it is with my military buddies and with online because my last name's Scott. And that's like the 4th most common last name in America. So good fucking luck. Right. And if you do find me, I've already told the police that like I'm a streamer and you know to be legal.
My father-in-law's a cop, so I'm willing to. But yeah, like Destiny, people were like, "Oh, I'm debating him tomorrow. Why don't you call him Steven?" I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know.
You know why? You know why? Because everybody knows his fucking name, and now everybody knows his kid's fucking name, and now everybody wants to fucking trash on a 14-year-old kid for having Call of Duty lobby takes, and it's like, no, that shit's gross to me. Like Steven's a piece of shit, right? But I mean, it's not like I'm doxing him, right? Like he's a piece of shit in so many fucking ways. But like, I hate that. I agree with you. I hate when like names get out there and then these people become real, and then like their families get involved, and it just gets ugly. So
Yeah, look, there's a lot personally with the drama shit. I'll give a take on it. Look, here's the other thing. I'm not trying to shit. If you're listening to either of our streams right now and you're like, well, I like the drama shit, there's no shame in that. Man, I used to watch when I was in high school, my favorite fucking TV show was WWF, right? Like that it might as well be fucking Jerry Springer with scripts, though Jerry Springer had a lot of scripts too. So I mean, I'm not whatever you like entertainment wise, no shame in that, man. Watch what you like.
I read trash isekai. All right, you're better than me. If you're watching drama streams online, just know I'm reading like the 17th fucking truck kun, killed a guy and now he gets magic power. Like I do dumb shit for mindless entertainment too. It's how I go to sleep. Like it's fine.
Yeah,
it's not what I want to do.
Right.
It's not what I want to be a part of.
I'll dip my toe in. So I've given takes on the Destiny. But one thing that I think, regardless of what anyone thinks about Destiny, as a human fucking being and as a father, I will not shit on anyone's relationship with their child being strained like that. I hope regardless if Destiny engaged in the most heinous type of criminal activity or if it's all just bullshit and, allegations that'll be brought, I don't give a fuck about that. What I'm saying is I don't take any pleasure in seeing people going, ha ha, look at how your son doesn't like you on stream. I think that fucking sucks and I feel bad and I don't want any part in talking about Destiny.
This is going to take like 4 hours. Boy, yeah. I'm just remembering how much we talk.
I know.
It's fine. I'm down for it.
Yeah, I don't got anything going on. Now, speaking of the drama shit, though, this isn't really drama because I think this matters. Because you mentioned it, is it all right if I play some of your actual debate panel you were on, 7-minute section that was on X I saw with you talking to Connor?
Only if you speed it up by 1.5.
We only need to hear we only need to hear the first 1 minute. We don't even have to get to you. There was something that Connor said here that I think he
said a lot of crazy shit. Let's go.
Yes,
I don't know
he
which
did.
One this one is.
So this is just a minute. Here we go. Fabian wrecks him in this clip, but we don't even...
just truth be told, I don't have as big of a fucking platform as Steven. So when you guys say, oh, Steven totally fucked this up, and as a result, the real world people are not going to be interested in working with him, that is, that's horrific to me. Because while it's absolutely true that he has egregious behavior, effectively, like, if I want to do what I wanted to do with Twitch and YouTube politics on my own, it's going to take me another decade. And so while obviously we should focus on the sins, while we should focus on the crimes of what's allegedly had occurred, I think to some degree I'm mourning what could have been if Steven wasn't a fucking idiot.
Now that's the only part. This is what, and you did a great. Oh shit. I removed the wrong thing. You did a great job of eviscerating him. But when you mentioned here, the reason I wanted to bring that up, he keeps saying later when you're like, where are your convictions? Like, you don't have convictions. You don't have morals. You're selling out. And he keeps saying, well, that's why you're irrelevant. It's two separate arguments, right? The argument he's making, and it's something I've talked to you and some other ANCAPs that I like Casimir, about this before, because I was very interested in your take on someone like Millet there in Argentina, because I see some people that call themselves libertarian being like, well, fuck this guy, he utilizes the state. But then people I've talked to, like Casimir, and I think you're in this camp, it's like, we'll take incrementalism. We'll take a step in the right direction. We're not going to say, nope, to us it's no different if it's a commie or if it's someone like Millet that's trying to get us to that spot. If they utilize the state, fuck them. We hate them all the same.
I mean, it does matter if it's a fucking commie. But I get what you're saying.
Yes.
But only because I don't trust what the fuck they say, right? But if I have a reason to trust them, if I have a reason to trust that their intentions are at least mostly aligning with what they say, right? So, for example, I voted for Governor Glenn Youngkin in the last Virginia governorship race, and I get so much shit from libertarians. And it's like, listen, the guy was a businessman. He ran on fixing the problems like in Loudoun County and like dealing with these trans queer bullshit in schools. And they're like, but that's not libertarian. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Yeah. They're fucking indoctrinating and hurting kids. I don't give a fuck how he uses his state power to fix that thing. Okay, we're not abolishing the schools. And then it was like, and then he voted on getting rid of the grocery store sales tax on food. And then he did that. It's like, yeah, did he do some shady shit with marijuana? Did he do some shit that I'm disappointed in my vote on? And in hindsight, I probably wouldn't have voted for him again. Yeah, but like, I don't give a, I don't like, my goal is liberty. My goal is anarchy. My goal is freedom. And if you're going to push me towards that goal, like, I'm not going to sit here and wave my fucking like stick at you of like, you're not a pure fucking blah, 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 blah. Like, if you call yourself an ANCAP and then you say a bunch of anti-ANCAP shit, I'm gonna fucking be pissed. I'm gonna fucking gatekeep you. But if you're just like, yeah, I'm a kind of a libertarian-esque person, like, we need to do this, we need to do that, and then you do those things, and those things are things I want. I'm like the idea that I'm gonna purity test in that moment is, this is what I call it. Is I call it, when they do this, I call it philosophical masturbation. Because it's just for you. It's just to make you feel fucking happy. It's not any, like, you're not actually engaged in the world, right? You're just like, oh, I'm fucking right. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
That's Connor's criticism. Your meeting, when Connor says you're irrelevant, blah, 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 Connor makes a point if you're that person. If you're the person that says, no matter what, I refuse to work with anyone or vote for anyone that's not 100% ideologically aligned with me. Yes, Connor has a point there. You've doomed yourself to your opinion being irrelevant. But that's not who you are, right? You're saying absolutely. In fact, I would happily vote. I would go on panels and say, vote for Youngkin over his opponent, even though he's not ANCAP. I know you would do that because you're like, look, I would rather take someone who's better and is moving us towards the goals that I want, even if they're not totally there. The difference is...
fuck those people coming after Javier Milei. Like, dude is fucking...
Yes.
Dude is doing so much amazing shit for liberty, for capitalism, for fucking economic freedom. Like, the people that are bitching about Javier Milei, dude has a coalition government, dumbasses. Like, he's working with like 40% of his fucking government are like conservatives. They're not libertarians.
He is fucking 4 times more libertarian than I thought he would be able to, based on the fact he had what he's doing is amazing. And if he would have faltered, every fucking opponent libertarian.
I'm a libertarian. Like, he's privatizing the roads. How can I not be fucking happy? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, come on.
But so when Connor's like, well, you're going to be doomed to irrelevancy. Well, no, because your ultimate positions are ones that you're willing to say, I'll take the lesser of two evils if it's substantially moving things in a direction that I want to see. Connor's argument, and this is it, what that section I just played there, to me, it sums it all up. His argument basically boils down to, he admits it. It's for clout. I'm working with Destiny for clout. I'm working for Destiny for me.
He also he did so much in that. He also said that he would, I got him to bite the bullet that he would work with and campaign for Adolf Hitler if it meant that we could fight the communists and we could fight Stalin. And I was like, dude, you don't have to work for Hitler.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
even if you wanted to vote for him,
you don't need to bite that bullet. You can just say, like, nah, I'm a move. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to fucking go door to door and knock for vote for Hitler. Like, that's crazy. Like,
that's what gets me, because what Connor is effectively admitting here is, well, I need to do it for clout, but he'll take it, he'll excuse it. Here's what he'll say. The reason I have to do it, and the reason I have to work with a guy like Destiny for clout and all this shit, is because we need to stop the Orange Man. You see, Connor, I don't know if you knew this, but the one guy that could stop Trump is Connor by working through Destiny. That's how important what it's not about,
he doesn't
getting
get
views. It's not about that shit,
Like, he's an employee. He has a manager. When I went on Tim Pool, right? And this is how the game plays, because I think a lot of people, and you're more aware of this probably than you're aware of it, and you'll be honest about it, right? This is a business. This is new media, okay? And all of the same investors and people that took over old media are in new media. When I went on Tim Pool and I utterly demolished Connor to such a degree that I think there was like 4 out of like 700 comments on Tim Pool's show that were like in favor of him, right? He got paid $4,000 by Midas Touch to go debate me and lose. And then he got paid by Midas Touch again to go on the show again. I didn't go on the show again. Right? And the reason is because Connor's not the only one getting paid. There's a manager who has a direct line of contact with all of these people that then calls them up and says, hey, we got a guide. You got a slot. We'll give you $2,000. And then they get paid some money to take in one of their guys, and then their job is easy. I'm not saying Tim Pool's evil for this or anything. I'm saying it's a business, right? And when you're running a business and you're trying to constantly book people, you make sure that you have a good relationship with people that pay you and constantly give you people. That's just how a business works. And it's important that people need to understand is that Connor was selected because he's one of a million people streaming right now that has the right look and the right ideas. And the moment he says something too bad or gets canceled or does something stupid, he'll be kicked away. Whatever bots may or may not be on his fucking accounts will go away, because not saying that he's botting his account. I'm saying most of these management companies love to buy bots because then they get to sell their growth to their investors, right? And then they'll replace him with somebody else because he's a fucking employee. These aren't, even if they don't say you're not allowed to say this, they selected him because he was already saying the things that they wanted to hear. And now there's a self-censorship because he knows that he's been selected to work with certain people and do certain things. And it's like, there's areas of gray, right? Like, here's a perfectly morally gray example. Not so erudite Brianna Wu's Gollum. It's funny. Fuck that bitch.
What are you doing? Leave Brianna out of this. What are you?
Fucking, I've hated her since Gamergate, all right? And my hate has never gone away. But anyways, like, here's a perfectly example of how this is. Sorry, I dropped something because I'm ADHD and I was playing with something. Here's a perfectly example of a very gray thing that might make somebody uncomfortable, right? But it's because it's a business, right? Not So Erudite got banned off of YouTube.
Yep.
Because she got mass reported. Almost certainly got mass reported, right? And then YouTube lies about it or whatever. Well, Andrew Wilson and Doobie have contacts at YouTube and they helped get her account back. Okay, well, Andrew Wilson doesn't believe in free speech as a value, right? He's specifically stated, I want to arrest people that burn flags. And it's like, okay, so if you don't believe in free speech, what moral principle were you using your connections at YouTube to get Not So Erudite's account back? Well, there's not a moral principle that he thinks that she's fighting for the good fight of Christian nationalism. She's an enemy. The principle here is I have connections. I make connections with all these other people because this grows my business and this gets people, this gets people like, working with me, and I don't burn bridges so that I can keep growing my business, so I can keep spreading my ideas, so I can keep staying relevant. And it's like, that's a morally gray position. Some people might be like, why would you do that? Why would you take your time and resources to help her? But if you understand that this is a business and that sometimes those things get done so you can maintain those connections, then it's a smart business decision by Andrew Wilson to help Not So Erudite get her account back, because she'll be in his debt and she'll remember that shit. And when he gets banned for some shit, she'll be like, "Ooh, I got somebody. But it's all a business. Half of this shit is entertainment, and most of these people have no principles. And some people have some, and some people have none. And Connor's one of those people with none.
He's not. For Andrew, just like, I think that there's certainly, that's at least a second order of something that happens. I think Andrew, although he might be for arresting people that burn the flag, which I think's dog shit, that opinion, I think that he would say, well, this is different. It's not like that. And I just believe that on these platforms.
Yeah, it's also probably good that he does that, because the more that happens, eventually it turns against him.
Right. And
I
by
would
the
make
way,
that same argument for flag burning and shit like that.
I'm
But
with you there.
That's a different conversation. What I'm trying to say is that it's not evil. It's not a lack of principles, but there is there are like certain kind of like, you can't be 100% based all the time.
That's right.
You'll never fucking make it in this goddamn
And
business.
if you're gonna, and here's the thing, right? Like, it's now I'm seeing that it's different where I do this as a job versus doing it as a hobby, right? I'll tell you this. I remember in 2020 when the pandemic hit, I had bigger streamers. I don't mean huge streamers, but I mean streamers that maybe had 200-300 people watching a live stream, right? Or they weren't doing live, but they had 30,000-40,000 people that watched every video they put up. They're messaging me like, we wish we could talk shit on Trump like you about these lockdowns, but we don't want to lose our audience, right? And I understood it because I'm like, well, it's your livelihood. For me, it's not. For me, it's like, I'm a 30 viewer Andy. Fuck it. I don't care. It's something I do when I'm not working. Now that it's a career, I understand the difference. I'm lucky enough that working with Andrew, I could say Andrew's a piece of shit right now. It wouldn't matter. But there are things, like, it is a fine line. You're absolutely right. Like for example, and everybody.
I don't want to get too. Hold on. Let's you say your thing, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll get into the thing, because we'll be here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Just put it this way, right? Like, when you go to church, you're not swearing, right? When you're in front of your in-laws, you're not. Everyone stylistically changes what they are to some degree. The question is, are you changing the core values that they have? With Connor, I would say this. This is all I'm going to say. I have no problem saying I'm a conservative. I hate Trump. Fuck him. I'm voting against him. No problem. I have no problem saying, I'm done with the Republican Party because of
don't worry, he's going to be dead soon.
But the problem I have is, You didn't have to work for the other side. You don't have to, like, for you to be like, here's a defensible position for Connor. You know what? I heard the allegations against Destiny. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Or, you know what? I heard the allegations against Destiny, and I think he's contrite, and he's my friend, and I'm going to stick by my friend. All of that's defensible. But to be like, no one finds this shit more heinous than me, but I have to work with him and be his buddy and bring him to my parents' house. I have to stop the Orange Man. It's the only chance we have, goddammit. And then when someone calls him out like you, and he weaponizes the fact that you're like, yeah, I'm not going to sell out my core fucking values to be like, oh, well, you're going to be irrelevant. Fuck him. Like, and the last thing I'll say about this Connor thing real quick is to watch that dude out there talking about this Taylor Lorenz story, right? Which is, I think, a bullshit story, this Chorus Media, whatever story. And to watch Connor be like, oh, liberal super PAC pays liberals. It's like, that's your take, Connor? How about liberal super PAC pays conservative, you sellout sack of shit? Because that's what you did. It's like, maybe you should set this one out, big man. Maybe you should shut the fuck up, Mr.
Yeah, I'm going on,
you know?
I'm going on Wick to talk about it tomorrow, and like it's just like I know I'm going to get a whole bunch of whataboutisms and stupid subversions, and it's just like, dude, at the end of the day, you know, are you comfortable or uncomfortable with the fact that non-governmental organizations and charities are funneling dark money into streamers, botting them, and then paying for them to get opportunities? Like, are you okay? Like, fuck liberal, fuck right wing, fuck whatever your political domain is. Does it make you happy or does it make you sad to know that there's a bunch of money involved in companies and in these industries where there's only a few companies that have any real space? YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, TikTok, maybe IG, kinda, right? Like that's really it. Like we're gonna bring up fucking you know, I mean there are other minor ones, but these major companies, right? Like that these companies are, that the narrative is being boosted to an extreme degree for safe messaging. And like, that should be a concern for you one way or the other. Like whether, like, I don't care if like we can talk about, oh, liberal gets, you know, pretending to be a conservative, grifting this way or that way. Like at the end of the day, you should be uncomfortable with the fact that all of your favorite political pundits that have over 100,000 viewers and things like that have managers, work in a business with partners, have people that curate the content that they do, and so that they can become and it should also concern you that like someone like Asmongold is an outlier, but that every single solitary large streamer for whatever reason is a socialist because their manager wants to make sure that they're friends with Hassan. Like that should be like all of them. All of them are left-leaning socialist types that know nothing about politics, but why do they have that political opinion? Because that's the political opinion that's allowed for a large streamer that has all of the backing so that they can go on, you know, so they can be on the stage at TwitchCon, so that they can be in Mizkif's house because, you know, a manager set up being in his house so that they can do the pool stream or the cooking stream, so they can collaborate and do all these things. It just so happens to be that Asmongold broke out of that because dude's always done his own fucking thing in his own house. So he doesn't need any of that shit.
Well, let me ask you just real quick on the principle of this. Right?
Quick on that.
If Glenn Beck calls you tomorrow, it's like, Fabian, I saw fucking like, you know, a month's worth of shit. I couldn't get enough of it. I'll pay you fucking $300,000 a year. You have total creative control. I'll give you opportunities. I'll get you on Steven Crowder's show. I'll get you on Dave Rubin's show. I'll get you on, you know, this show, that show. But basically, you do your own thing. Would you do that?
Yeah, I would do it.
I don't think there's anything ethically.
I would do it. I would do it under one condition, which is that I'm not signing a non-disclosure agreement, and then I get to tell everybody the details of what's occurring.
That was when I got hired at the Crucible. That's what my condition was. This, like, I want to have creative control over my own content, and I have to be able to tell people that I'm working for you and getting paid.
I just glanced at your chat, and somebody said Asmongold has a team of roaches with him. He's never alone.
Well, that's true. They're great researchers, but yeah, I mean, that to me is how you do it ethically. You
All
say
right, so
you're transparent about it. That's it.
I'm gonna force it. I'm gonna force it now because we're here to do this thing, and it's gonna be a long presentation.
That's all right.
All right. So before I get started, before I share screen, there's two things I want to do. Just kind of want to explain a little bit. You know, I have a intro thing because this presentation is Well, I mean, it's like I'm doing this presentation on your who's super chatted me. Oh shit. Miss Nor's favorite guest on Mr. Nor's show. Okay, I don't. Courtney,
It's probably my wife.
Yeah.
That's my wife.
Hey, I appreciate it. You didn't have to donate. I appreciate it. I appreciate that some of the money that you went to Rob Noor got funneled back to me somehow.
Well, she said earlier,
thank you
get
so
this
much.
bum. I saw she said in my chat, get this bum off, and then she's like, "Oh shit, I don't mean Fabian, I mean Connor. I can't stand him because we had to." I was like, what the fuck, Fabian do
All
to
right,
you,
so
wife?
yeah, so I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm going to read this intro because this is an intro for the series. The next one that but the series kind of went nowhere because I was an idiot and streamed it at the wrong time with nobody watching. It is what it is. So I'm going to reboot the series. The next one that I'm probably going to do is Howard Buffett is the next one I'm going to be doing. So stay tuned if you like this segment. It's obviously it's going to be a little different because I'm talking with Rob Noor and we're going to just have fun with it. But you know, I'm trying to do this series. So here is the intro to the series, Heroes of Capitalism. Hopefully it gives you an idea of what we're talking about. Socialism is not the natural movement of peoples, as the inherent contradictions of capitalism force revolutions of people to stand united in the interests of workers against those of capital. No, socialism is a disease, a pax populi, that erodes the philosophy of once great nations. Like a disease, socialism dies when quarantined in a country after a brief flare-up, and when similarly when untreated, it spreads rapidly and becomes endemic. Socialism is, as always, in opposition to the norm, and as such maintains the veneer of reasonable compromise. Socialism is a small tax increase, just one more bailout for the airline industry, just one more welfare program, and just one tax cut for that new football stadium or chip foundry that is going to bring in new jobs. It is an alluring ailment. So alluring, in fact, that the disease of socialism is already inflamed, not just in our youth championing the current thing in a college protest or posting an unhinged TikTok, but in the minds of your typical small government-minded conservative. As hard as it is to notice in the chaos of daily politics, the rugged individualism, Protestant work ethic, and philosophy of liberty that once made this nation so great has slowly eroded in the American mind. Where once stood champions of capitalism, planting their flag upon the city on a hill that is America, there now sits desiccated corpses of corporations filling useless email jobs with DEI hires. And worse, this sight is so disgusting, very few noticed that somewhere along the way, everyone accepted that the former great men of the Gilded Age and beyond, paupers to prosperous, titans of industry, chevaliers of laissez-faire, heroes of capitalism, became robber barons, misfeasors, or examples of why we need reasonable regulation of capitalism. One day it became possible for a fiscal conservative, a pretend libertarian, a limited government guy, a supposed defender of capitalism to dismiss these great accomplishments with a subversive one-liner and accept socialism as necessary and good. The rot has spread. Ask a conservative pundit about the great John D. Rockefeller, and he'll tell you why monopolies are bad and need to be broken up by the government. Ask him about Henry Ford, and listen to him trot out factoids about him being an anti-Semite, as if he didn't invent the fucking assembly line. Ask him about Calvin Coolidge, and see if he extols the virtue of the greatest president or starts to talk nonsense about the Great Depression he avoided. Ask him to name a single hero of industry, and watch as he shudders at the concept of being recorded saying Sam Walton isn't an evil capitalist destroying small towns. The American mind has been subjected to an onslaught of propaganda against capitalism for so long, we no longer appreciate the great men who made everything we have today possible. And when their names are brought up, our diseased minds dare denigrate with socialist slogans these magnanimous men. You've been lied to and need shock therapy. This is Heroes of Capitalism.
That's awesome. Real quick on Kick, nothing's wrong with the assembly line. That's exactly what Fabian said. Yeah. So now that's amazing. I saw that you were doing that you had called the series Heroes of Capitalism. I saw it, but I didn't see you put anything together like with it. So I'm very excited that we're getting an episode of this tonight. So
yeah. Oh God, hold on. I gotta turn dark mode off. Whoopsie. There we go.
Remember, if you're watching on either of our channels, by the way, I'm going to put Fabian's channel up there. So feel free to go over, give him a sub. Also, throw some super chats over there and my way, you cheap bastards. We're talking capitalism. So
I'm trying to do the Google slide thing. Give me just a second. Because I forgot that there's a thing in StreamYards that, continue.
it wants you to do.
It wants me to do it with Google Slides.
Yes, it's fucking ridiculous. It allows you to do it as a PowerPoint too. So I started doing shit as PowerPoints because it does it that way.
It's processing.
Processing.
There
we go. All right, I got it.
Okay, so I since that's integrated, I can minimize. Actually, let me fix a few things on my screen then, since that's what's going down. Give me just a second. All right, so the first person that I want to do, and hopefully, you know, I heard that your audience has a lot of love for Christians.
It's true.
So I heard there's a lot of love for Christians. So you boys are going to be happy about this, I hope. James Cash Penney, the father of the department store. Most people don't even know that J.C. Penney, his middle name is James Cash Penney. I fucking love his name. What do you know about James Cash Penney?
I know next to nothing. Right, I know J.C. Penney was one of the first department stores. That's literally about it. I did not even know that his name was James Cash. I knew J.C. Penney was the guy that started it, but that's it. That's all I know. I don't know shit about it.
Well, if you don't know shit about James Cash Penney, you are in for a story of one of the greatest men in American history, like a long forgotten hero. And an absolute inspiration to anybody, one of the greatest philanthropists, one of the hardest workers, true rags to riches story, and a hero of capitalism. And I think even some of you guys that are like not for free market capitalism, I think your opinions might change a little bit after hearing this guy's story. So I'm excited to talk about James Cash Penney. So let's get started. So overview. James Cash Penney started in, he started with one store. No, he didn't get some big check from his dad or anything. One store in a small town of 700 people in like a sheeping and mining town with no electricity in Kenmore, Wyoming. It was the Golden Rule store, which is, we'll get into more about that later, and eventually grew J.C. Penney into 700 plus department stores. I appreciate it. Okay, he is the only titan of commerce, or the titan of industry, right? Of all the Gilded Age robber baron people, right? He came to the tail end of it. It's important to know that he is a contemporary of like Lenin and Stalin, right? He's 5 years older than Lenin and 3 years younger than Stalin. And so he's the only titan from like the tail end of that age to live through the Gilded Age, live through World War II, and live through basically most of the Cold War. I believe he died in 1971, but I didn't write it down, so I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 1971. I'm like 90% sure. Fact check me on that if I'm wrong. Right, by his 90th birthday, he was friends with, or at least was acquaintances with, Hoover, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Firestone. He had met with Edison multiple times at his Penny Farms location. We'll have a whole section on that later. But he was inspired by Wanamaker, though he never did actually get to meet Wanamaker. Here's a little love. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. And then of course, his nickname, he was king of the soft goods, right? He was king of he revolutionized the department store and kind of like created the department store as we know it. There are a lot of competitors that existed, but it's important to know that Sears and Woolworth and places like that, they came up after J.C. Penney's as a department store. They were running a cataloging company via trains in like Chicago and things like that. He was, and we'll get into a whole little story about that and you on some pretty interesting stuff. He was a genius of retail, the genius to be able to pick retail. He kind of saw the writing on the wall long before Sears or Montgomery Ward, Woolworth, those other companies. And it's also important to know that he was an incredible philanthropist. Like none of these people, none of these Gilded Age people, no billionaire, millionaire, and no industry person has done the level of philanthropy work that James Cash Penney did in his lifetime. It's to such a degree that much of the modern dairy industry we actually owe to James Cash Penney's philanthropy. Like it's at that level.
Damn.
He was an incredibly ethical businessman. He was against the concept of bankruptcy and thought bankruptcy was evil because it stole from people whose debts you owed. Up until very, very, very late in life, he never took a salary income. He only ever took stock options in his businesses. He had done tons and tons of business deals. He was so well known for being ethical that there are hundreds of people that he went into business with that he never drafted a contract. He literally would just do business by the shake of a hand. And if James Cash Penney shook your hand, you knew that it was going to be done.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, we'll get into that when we talk about Missouri farms and tenant farmers and things like that after the Great Depression, right? We got a lot to go through, but yeah, feel free to ask any questions or anything throughout this. Like I'm totally okay with this being like a open chat, or if anybody in chat has any questions. I'll be looking at chat too.
Yeah, I'm looking in chat too. So if anyone has anything on my end, let me know, and I will bring it up to Fabian as well. So.
There's a book by David Kruger. If you want to learn more about this, he's essentially a big agriculture guy, and wrote a biography on James Cash Penney. There was another biography that I looked into that I wouldn't recommend reading for learning about this unless you're going to do a presentation, because it was set to release like right as the Great Depression was occurring, and so like there's a lot missing there, and there's like the story doesn't quite tell the life of the man, right? So that David Kruger book is definitely the one to look for. I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but if you just type in David Kruger, J.C. Penney, remember Penny with an EY, then you'll find it on Amazon. All right, moving forward. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So the golden rule. His big thing in business was he was completely married to the concept of the golden rule, right? Like that was his philosophy. That was where he got his big start. We'll get into that a little bit more with his golden rule stores from Thomas Callahan and then later Guy Johnson. He was a devout religious person. Okay, he was a teetotaler. He was morally against the concept of drinking alcohol. Like he comes from a long line of Baptist preachers. I believe his great grandfather immigrated to Virginia in 1799 or 1789. I have the dates in here later, so don't beat me up on that. But I mean, there's a long line of American, poor, deeply religious people, and from father to son, it kind of became like a reverend thing, and that was a big part of all of the business that he did. He had the golden rule in his stores. He had like very big on business ethics. He had these rules. Like if you cheated anybody, if you screwed over anybody, like we'll get into more of that. But like when he had his golden rule stores before 1913, when they incorporated as J.C. Penney, he refused all credit because he thought credit encouraged people to live beyond their means and that banks took advantage of poor people via credit. And so he would only do a cash-only business, and it was very, very important to him that they didn't try and get as much profit out of the business, but that they got a fair remuneration for the goods and services that they put. He was very, very focused on helping the poor, helping minors, helping people in any way that he could, and was just a deeply ethical capitalist to the extreme degree. And he opened his first store in 1902. And we'll get in. I don't know why I put that there because it's not really that important, but that was the first golden rule store, and it's on there. All right, any questions? Anybody? I'm looking at my chat as well.
So the store name before J.C. Penney, he was so into the golden rule, that's what he called his store, the golden rule store.
So we'll get into it, but he worked for a golden rule store under Thomas Callahan. And then he went into a 1/3 partnership, opening up his own store. But later, there is a quote. I mean, I can actually say it now. When they abandoned it, there was here is a quote discussing when the board voted against the name incorporating it as the Golden Rule, but instead calling it it was originally J.C. Penney store, department store, then eventually just became J.C. Penney. He said when they voted on it, he voted against the proposition, but he was chairman of the board. And everyone else voted to name it J.C. Penney because they were like, no, we love you. It's your store. And he said, quote, the decision was taken to change the name from J.C. Penney, company from Golden Rule store, personally, I felt reluctant to make the change because Golden Rule was far more than just a name to me. It had a definite significance in the relation to the operation of the stores, but the judgment of my associates prevailed. Right? He was actually sad when it was no longer the Golden Rule and was named after him because he felt the name solidified the company's vision. That's how much he like deeply believed in that philosophy.
That's awesome.
I'm glad I had that quote ready because
Yeah,
I would have butchered it if I didn't have that. But
Yeah,
there you go. So, I was like, I'm glad I put that in my notes. Moving on. All right, so it was more likely a 10 fork. So he was given an interview. There's a fun little cheeky story. David Kruger in his book doesn't say who the major news publication is, but I believe it was New York Times. But I can't find the quote from them. It's from like his brother's memoir about the situation. There's a lot of piecing of things together, right? But I think it was a New York Times interview in New York, and when they saw him and they saw him dressed up in his suit and everything, they were like, "Oh man, I can just tell by the look of you, by the way that you act, by the way that you talk, that you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth." And supposedly he retorted with, "It was more likely a 10 fork," which is like a fun little cheeky response to like some person trying to like. Even then, they were trying to paint him as this, they're doing a biop on him and they're like, "Oh, I can tell you come from money." And it's like, because he's still seen as a robber baron,
right.
Especially in the 1960s when this would have been written is when that was really being pushed, when a lot of the history of many of these great capitalists started to change. But so he was born September 16th, 1875, Caldwell County, Missouri, which is out in the middle of fucking nowhere. He was, so ancestors, British from Isle of Wight, to the colony of Virginia in 1621. All right, sorry, it was Reverend Eli Penny was the beginning of the Reverend portion of their family. So they immigrated to America basically right from the beginning. He is as American as apple pie, even though apple pie is Dutch. He's as American as apple pie, so they say, right? And ever since, and Reverend Eli Penny was in Virginia, they moved the family out to Missouri. But his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, they were all farmers, and they're all like subsistence farmers on the land, as well as rural, like reverend preachers. He was one of 12 and 6 survived. That sounds harsh. Pretty fucking common in the late 1800s that you lost some kids. Most of them died from tuberculosis, including his father. So most of his family, most of those people, there was a lot of TB issues at the time, especially in the quote unquote wet climate of Missouri. And so we'll get into that. But anything else before I move on?
No.
I'm so shocked this is going so quickly. Usually you're so talkative, but you're just enraptured.
Well,
I appreciate it.
Well,
Get through this pretty quick then.
I think that once we get into sort of business practice and things like that, I'm going to have a lot more questions about it. But I do think that you're right I think that sort of the fact that mortality, particularly child mortality, used to be so significant, I think shaped a lot of the great people that we see in the past. We're so distant from death now that it's sort of
hardship.
Yeah. And so if you grew up in this situation where half your siblings passed away, when it says survived, I'm guessing that means probably by their teenage years, these children had passed away, the 6.
Yeah. I mean, strong men create, hard men create,
right.
Hard times create strong men type of scenario, right?
Yeah, so it always reminds me of just how fortunate we are and how it has a preponderance to make us weak. We live in a time now where, I think, and I'm sure you're
about to learn just how rough and principled and strong he was.
Yeah.
So James Cash Penney Senior lessons. So at a very young age, James Cash Penney was very close with his father. Right, he kind of like he was like a very studious kid. He was very like kind of like attached at his dad's hip, always trying to learn, always trying to grow, always trying to be better. So his father, obviously instructed his child in deep Christian morals because he was a reverend, right? He's out in the middle of nowhere, living hard on the land. And at the age of 8, his father informed him that okay, you're gonna have to buy your own clothing. You're gonna have to figure it out. Like, we don't have the money for it. Like, you're old enough now to work. So he started working.
Yep.
He started a hog operation at the age of 8, slaughtering hogs at the end of his family's estate and butchering hogs at 8 years old for people. And then, taking some small fee for the butchering of hogs. And the smell was pissing off the neighbors. And that was an affront. And so his father said, well, we can't do that to our neighbors, right? Like, treat other people how you want to be treated. It's not right to do that. I know I told you needed to make some money, but you got to shut down the hog thing. So and it's like, so of course this kid is like, this 8-year-old child is like, the hog operation needs to go. I need a new business idea. So what does he do? He sets up a watermelon stand just outside of the county fairgrounds limits to avoid the licensing and taxation fees that are required. And so he's undercutting the watermelons that are being sold in the fairgrounds on like a stand, trying to take advantage of like those systems. And of course, again, his father shuts him down. Is like, listen, son, you can't do that. Like, these people paid for this. These people put in hard work. Like, you're just undercutting them. Like, you're just getting it bulk somewhere else. You're getting it from the same place they're getting it, and then you're undercutting them because you're like found a legal loophole. This isn't okay. This isn't good business. And so in one of his interviews, he described, obviously, I'm assuming he's paraphrasing, right? But the lesson that he believes that his father imparted onto him is, the quote on the screen. Mm-hmm. Money is important, but the practice of the golden rule in making money, as in every aspect of human relations, is the most substantial asset of civilized men. And he had this philosophy that he got from his father and everything, which is, what we might today call like a high trust society.
Right.
He understood that if we live in a world where everyone is just out to make profit for profit's sake and is not doing so off of the things that they value, trying to uplift their community, trying not to cheat people, trying to be honest businessmen, that the entire concept of a society, the entire concept of a civilized, ordered system where we get to make money, where we get to do these things, crumbles. And so, he said that, obviously money is important, profit is important, but this higher thing is my devotion to God and the ethics that I have in those business practices.
It's evident to see,
ahead,
that, I think, it's evident to see where sort of his influences are going to come, which I know you're going to get to here later in life, where he's not going to be a big fan of like huge government intervention, because his argument's going to be like, it wouldn't be necessary. If we enter into an ethical relationship with people, particularly as businessmen, you don't need the government to sit there and say, oh, we need to regulate this, that, and the other, because he's going to self-regulate to be a decent human being anyways.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much stayed out of politics, right? Mm-hmm. He was very apolitical as a person. He, once he became fairly wealthy twice, we'll get into that, because this is a story of rags to riches 2 times. But once he became pretty wealthy, he recognized that his work was better off done one individual at a time, pulling people out of poverty, modernizing agriculture, especially Gurney cow dairy, and seeding Angus's, working with tenant farmers, things like that. Everybody knows him as J.C. Penney, the department store guy, but his real kind of like, what I think his philanthropy was far more successful even than his business, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the largest department store, ever in American history is more successful. But I think he did a lot there. And so he wasn't the type of person that would try and get some favorable thing from the government, or like, try and lobby for something in government. Like, he genuinely believed that, like, if something good is to be done, I'm going to go out and do it myself. I'm going to ignore all the noise of all that. I have lawyers that kind of deal with that shit. I'm just making sure my YouTube crashed for a second, but I'm fine. My OBS didn't crash. It was just this end. So give me just a second. All right. lastly, as a young child, he was trying to come up with all these business ideas, and so eventually his father was like, "Dude, you're clearly not going to be a preacher. You clearly have a mind for business." So he gave him an apprenticeship at J.M. Hale Dry Goods, which was just a department store there to try and learn the business, right? It's important to recognize that, like, when we're dealing in late 1800s, this wasn't just like a job. You fill out an application and corporate has like all these rules and systems. This was like a career that you went into, and you like learned the business, and you were usually groomed in some way in that business as an apprentice to maybe start your own business, at a later date. But usually they would take in family people as apprentices, and people would work temporary jobs and things like that, but that would be your career, right? You were going into the retail business. You weren't like, retail work wasn't this like minimum wage brokey thing at the time.
Right.
It was a knowledgeable sale, kind of like a car salesman, right? Like it's not like you're going to get super rich, but like you can be a car salesman and like live a comfortable life.
Sure.
Right. All right, moving on. So early struggles. When he was 19, his father was killed by tuberculosis. Most of his half of his siblings have been killed either by pneumonia or tuberculosis, and he was infected with TB at 19. So he had been working and doing everything he could to save up money, and then he's starting to get sick, and his doctor, his mother was like, "Look, I've already lost 6 children and my husband to tuberculosis. You need to get the fuck out of Missouri." Because one of the like medical practices that was well known at the time was understanding that a drier climate was better for these diseases. And so he basically takes $300 that he'd been saved up completely on his own, no starter money or anything, and packed his bags and started a whole life in Denver, Colorado. He says, I didn't write that quote down. I just kind of remembered in my head. Whatever. But he basically he talks about. I had a quote, but I don't have it. My bad. But yeah. So moving on from that quote, the quote was just about him saying, like, obviously I had nothing but like, obviously $300 is a lot of money back then. I don't know why I did the inflation calculator for everything but this one, but whatever. It happens sometimes. It's a good chunk of change, but again, he's uprooting his entire life and just going with no job to a new state in the 1800s.
And he doesn't have he's not going to live with family or any shit like that.
No
He's basically
family,
just
no nothing. He's just taking his money and getting to a dry climate and starting over with no connections whatsoever. So from 1897 to 1899, he worked kind of like different retail stores because that's the job that he had. He kind of worked with some people that he really didn't like in Denver. Joslin was one of them. It's not really important what these company names are. These are just local department stores that he just didn't like the business model. He didn't like the people. These weren't good people that were, they were scrupulous, right? It was, a lot of buying things on credit, things like that. And living in Denver, Colorado was also difficult for him, because, he didn't fit in with the culture there, right? Like he's a deeply religious country farmer boy going into the big city. And one of the things that, we have to understand, I wrote teetotaler here, and we'll get into it in this first business that failed, the butcher shop, here in a second. But it's important to know that like late 1800s, early 1900s, alcohol was a huge part of the culture, right? Like it was far bigger part of the culture than it is today. I mean, there's a reason that we went through, prohibition and things like that, because it had gotten out of fucking control. And so he was a teetotaler, right? Which a teetotal it's like a slang term that means, it's like an over pronunciation of total, like teetotally, right? It's like where the slang comes from, but basically it just means someone that abstains from alcohol because it's a moral sin, because it's poisoning of the body, et cetera, et cetera. So he buys, he's got to get out of this. He saves up money. He's very, very, he's a very much of a penny pinching kind of person. And so he saves up a bunch of money, and he finds this business for sale. He gets a little bit of a bank loan, but most of it, the down payment, I think, was like 60% his own money, right? And he purchases this butcher shop in this smaller town north of Denver. And everything is going great. He's happy to start this business. He gets it all up and running, but the biggest contract for the business by the previous owner was the local hotel, right? Like these were the people that were buying a lot of meat. And the hotel owner expected a bottle of whiskey with every shipment. That was like a handshake agreement that he had with the last person. He did it once on his first shipment. He felt so guilty about it. He tried to call him and say, like, look, man, I did it this time. I feel really guilty about it, but like, I just can't be a part of that. I'm against alcohol. And he was seen as a religious wingnut and a zealot, and a crazy person at a hotel where all the people are going and getting shit faced and having dinner and stuff. So they said, fuck you, we'll buy our meat from somewhere out of town. And that basically destroyed his first business because his largest contract was completely, gone, and they were bringing in meat from out of town. And so like looking at previous records and his records, like he didn't have the money to do it. He eventually had to sell it off. But while he was running this butcher shop, he's found this department store. And he found across the street, Thomas Callahan had this store called the Golden Rule. And he was like, and so he goes to work at this store.
I was going to say real quick, I think it's interesting that his first business was a butcher shop, his first business he owned, seeing as how his first business at 8 was being a hog farmer and butchering. So like you said, he goes into the city and he's still bringing with him what he knows, right? Like, well, the first thing I did was hogs.
He had a wife, his third wife. We'll get into it. His third wife was like kind of like she had money from her family, right? She was a money person. She was less of like a down to earth, poor kind of like stuff of his first two wives. And, sometimes they would bitch and complain because he would, like, him and his kids, because like he would go out shoveling shit and work on farms and stuff as like a 70-year-old man that's like one of the top richest men in America at the time, right? I think he was in the top 20 at that age, but regardless, he was close to the, he was like, he would be in Forbes list if he was alive today.
Sure.
And he's out working with dairy cows, working with calves, shoveling shit. And he'd come around them smelling like manure in the farm. And they'd be like, ew, you stink. And he would always respond and goes, oh, that's just the smell of money. And would walk out. That's all he would say. It's just, oh, that's just great. The smell of money. And I thought that was interesting. Because like he was never afraid to get his hands dirty whatsoever. All right, so the Golden Rule store. So this is the store he works at. We don't have a picture. We just have a drawing for some reason. There's no photograph taken of it. Nevertheless, so he goes to work a seasonal job at this Golden Rule store. And he goes to Thomas Callahan. He's like, hey, I need a job. My business failed, whatever. He's like, look, I can hire you for like Christmas, but after that, there's not much I can do. I'll work out, we'll work something out, whatever. So he works with him, and then Thomas Callahan absolutely loves him. He's like, this is an amazing, hardworking employee. He's really good at customer service. This guy knows all of his stuff. And they were both from Missouri, right? So Thomas Callahan was also from Missouri. He was also a strict religious Baptist. And so that was part of the Golden Rule store that Thomas Callahan owned. This was a cash only business. And they had this policy, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And like, that is the rule of the store. Your customers, your employees, your community, your suppliers, your competitors, everyone, do to them what you want to do, the same way. Right. And I think it's important to recognize when I say competitors, right, is that Thomas Callahan, James Cash Penney, and oh my God, what's the other guy's name? Fucking, why can I not remember his fucking name right now? Oh my God, where is it? Guy Johnson. Thank you. My own slides. Guy Johnson. They would, like, when they would go to they wouldn't set up shop where there was another Golden Rule or another similar department store, because they didn't want to fuck over those people. Like they were They were very, very, I mean, part of it was a business thing of like get into a new market, right? But even if there was like a big city or something, like they would make sure they were on the other side of town or something. Because it was just like, I don't want somebody coming in trying to like, you know, drive away business and like this cutthroat thing. Like I wouldn't want that. Like this community is served. And so long as you're serving the community and you're not trying to like raise prices to an extreme degree or anything like that, then like it's best that we go to a new underserved community. And so, I mean, that's just kind of like one example of how they very much followed this Christian ethic in their business.
Well, the competitor part's the most interesting, right? Because you're like, sure, you treat the suppliers, there's a benefit to that to you. The competitor thing, though, you're right, there can be a little of new market thing, but it's very interesting to see, like, even with someone that would be a direct competitor, that you're like, we're still going to treat them humanely and like we'd want to be treated. I think that sort of shows how committed to it they were.
Yeah, I mean, James Cash Penney, but also Thomas Callahan and Guy Johnson are deeply religious people, and they take all of that into their business. So he meets his first wife, Berta Alva Hess, and she is an amazing wife. I don't know if the quote is on the next slide or if it's on this slide. It's on the slides. It's not in my notes. So he meets Berta Alva Hess. She is like his partner in crime, right? Like she understands how hard of a worker is. Like it is just this perfect, lovely marriage, falls in love, has a child with her, so on and so forth. Now, Thomas Callahan and Guy Johnson, but Guy Johnson worked for Thomas Callahan at one point, had a concept of a 1/3 investment model business structure. And so the way that they grew their business is they would groom people that they thought were worth grooming. And they would basically say, look, we're going to pay you, if you're a hard worker and you're following our Christian ethic, you understand all of our principles and all those wonderful things. What we're going to do is once you save up enough money to be able to purchase 1/3 of a store, I'll be a 2/3 partner with you. I will share in the profits. So I get 2/3 of the profits, you get 1/3 of the profits. And like, that's how we're going to grow the store. So he was very interested in making people part owners, kind of like an early franchise model before like McDonald's was really doing the franchise thing, where he was like, I want to grow my business, but I don't want to manage 7,000 stores. What I want is I want to take people that are poor, that are hard workers, that are good Christians. I want to lift them up. I want to train them. I want to mentor them. And then I want them to kind of pay it forward, this concept. And we're going to spread these golden rule through, stores that follow this ethos throughout the Midwest. I'm going to make a lot of money. You're going to make a lot of money. It's kind of a great thing for everybody.
So real quick, I will, on my side, I'll read all the super chats at the end, but anything that's relevant, I'll read here. Unforced Ego, thanks for your chat. Says, this dude rules. I don't think he's talking about me, so thanks, Fabian. And then John
He's talking
Smith,
about James Cash Penney, bro.
But that might be. John Smith wants to know, he calls you Mr. Greasy based on an earlier joke, says, will you do an episode on R.G. Letourneau? I don't know who that is.
So like, I'm just kind of winging it. You know what I mean? Like I'm going off of what so here's the criteria. If you want to like DM me suggestions or something, or you're interested in seeing stuff, here's the criteria that I'm using. I'm looking for people that were hyper successful, either in politics or business, people that were moral people, that have been either forgotten by history or have been lied about in history. And I will, obviously everyone has flaws. I want to recognize those flaws and things like that. Right. But I'm looking for retelling the story from an American perspective, from a libertarian perspective, from an ANCAP perspective, from a capitalist perspective, that we have been lied to such a degree about all of these people. And there's so many like socialist narratives that like we were taught in school that are just kind of dominate our understanding of history. Like look at Pullman, for example. Pullman did a lot of evil shit. Pullman set up company towns. Well, why did, we talk about company towns like it's the most evil thing ever. Okay, here's the funny thing about those company towns. Those company towns were twice the square footage of the average American home. They had indoor plumbing, they had electricity, they had a yard. Not only that, their children got to go and get an education at a good school. Like we tell this narrative of like this evil robber baron exploiting the labor of these people, and yet he was giving the average worker a better life than they ever would have been able to get before. What happened was industry slowed down, so we had to cut wages. And then, yeah, they were working for a company and their wages were cut, but their rent wasn't cut. And like, that's a bad situation to be in. But any of these people could have left at any time. Any of these people could have gotten a job anywhere else at any time. He didn't force them to stay there. He didn't use leases or things like that to force them into employment. You were allowed to leave at any point in time. It wasn't like today where you sign a 12-month lease and you're stuck there, right? Like you could leave. You could just leave the job, pack up your family. You weren't getting a better opportunity anywhere else. Now, did he use Grover Cleveland to fucking put mail in the train system to break up his protests? Yeah, fuck him. But there's like, we only get half of the fucking story. And so what I'm trying to do with this is showcase people we may have forgotten about, or people whose stories we haven't heard that were great capitalists that did great things. And some of them are going to be evil. Some of them are going to be fucked up. But you already know that half of the story.
Right.
The next one that I want to do is Howard Buffett. Howard Buffett is somebody that almost nobody knows. He was a rags to riches story. He became, inflation-wise, a billionaire. He was a businessman. He was a war hero. He was a, well, maybe not war hero. That's taking it too far, but he was a veteran. He eventually became a congressman in Nebraska. He was one of the only people to vote against like income tax and war. And, he was a staunchly, anti-war, staunchly anti, welfare, staunchly. He was the modern day, Thomas Massey, right? Before libertarianism even existed, this guy was a libertarian, and he was an Austrian and was friends with Mises. He had a son. His son's Warren Buffett. He's a big piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows Warren Buffett. Nobody knows where he came from. And I think it's really important to tell that story. And so that's probably the next one I'll do.
That's awesome. Yeah.
But we'll move on. It's fun. I'm having fun.
Me too. I'm enjoying it.
It's a fun presentation. All right. So the Guy Johnson story. So basically, after the Christmas is up, Thomas Callahan doesn't have the money to have an extra employee that he doesn't need. Right. But he absolutely loved this guy. And he was like, dude, will you move to Evanston, Wyoming, 400 miles away to go work for this Guy Johnson? We're business partners in like a couple of stores. Okay. This guy's going to groom you as well. This guy's going to take you in. Will you? And he was like, absolutely. So basically he goes to work for a different Golden Rule store, hundreds of miles away, packs up again. He's ready to go. And for this job opportunity, moves with his wife. Now, Callahan and hold on. After working there for a little while, both Callahan and Johnson were like, this guy, this 25-year-old retail worker, is absolutely ready to own and operate his own store. And they both loved him so much that instead of doing the 2/3, 1/3 model, all three went in 1/3. Callahan knew that Callahan and Guy Johnson were like, this dude's going to make money and he's good. And I want to be a business partner. And I want this person to succeed because it's going to make me money. And also because it's just a good business investment and I like the person. And so he goes and he opens up his own store, his own first Golden Rule store, which will be the beginning of JCPenney moving forward. This will be the first one. And from here, I want to say it's only up, but it gets bad. All right. But it's up for a while. All right. Now, he described his wife, right? I think it's kind of a bit of a beautiful and sad love story, but we'll go anyways. From the moment I married, I had a real helpmate. Many a night when she sensed I wanted to keep working at the store, she packed my supper in a tin pail and brought it to me. Very often she supplied me with hints about how to add service and value from a woman's point of view. And I felt that whatever position of independence I might grow to in the future, in my wife, I had my first and most invaluable partner. It's crazy that he says this because he says this while married to another woman. Like he doesn't say this when he's single. He says this while he's with his third wife. And he's like, I had my first and most invaluable partner. And it's like, and I just love the idea that like his wife is sitting there just like, fucking what am I then? You
What
know
was
what I mean?
that?
Like, I can't compete with the dead wife. Like, this is fucked.
It's funny.
But like, I mean, they were hustling. Like, they worked in their first store. Well, actually, I'll just go into that next one. So this is the first store. This is in Kemmerer. That's how you spell it, but it's Kemmer. Kemmer, Wyoming, was a small mining town. This was his first store in 1902. It was 700 people. Mining and sheep ranching was basically all that was done there. The store had no electricity. The store had no running water. He lived in like 150 square foot little chunk of the top of his store with his wife. They had, gas for heat and for cooking and, like kerosene gas that they had to buy. And they had like an outhouse like that. They'd know like that's, they're hustlers, right? They're just hustlers, right? And he had 1/3 of this. Now he did a grand opening. One of the things that, I don't know how true this is. I'm going to say it, right? But there's no proof of this. But supposedly, all right, not only did he memorize all 700 people's names to their faces in the town by his grand opening, he had also gone through town and had made sure that he jotted down notes so that he had memorized their shoe size and their hat size, so that when the store opened, that he would already know who they are, what their name was, what their shoe size was, what their hat size was. Like, he could help them to the greatest degree. And then he was eyeballing it. That sounds like bullshit to me, but I'm going to add it anyways because it sounds cool.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I believe it, but whatever. So on opening day, he made $466 in sales. Adjusted for inflation, that's $17,722.
Shit,
And
wow.
the most expensive item in the entire store was a $10 suit.
Wow.
Like, he was a phenomenal hustler and salesman. And so knowing that they made that much money on opening day, I kind of believe that he memorized everybody's shoe size and hat size and knew their faces and names. It's like, I'm like, maybe he did. I don't know. It sounds a little bullshit, but that's how much. I mean, he made, basically 18 grand in sales in today's money on opening day in a small town of 700.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it mention in what you were reading, how did he pick this location? Was this something that his business partners helped him with? Or was this something that he came up with on his own, that he saw like a market share that needed like a store like this?
It doesn't mention how he picked this specific store. I will say that the business model that he followed was to find small towns. So what you have to understand is, at this time, the catalog industry is dominating, right? So you have Sears and Montgomery Ward are based out of a few cities and the railways. And the way people would get most items, especially if it was an item that wasn't super common, is you'd have a store, like some type of store, and you'd go in and you'd fill out on a mail and pay for through a catalog what you wanted. And then, kind of like Amazon, it eventually show up on the train like a week or two later, right? And then you would get that item. And so what they were doing was the opposite model, which is, carrying all of the day-to-day necessities and goods that you in like isolated places where like getting something via catalog was going to be a long amount of time. Right. So like because not, it's going to get off of the train and then it's going to have to go on a coach wagon somewhere, through the mountains for a while. And it's like, you might wait 3, 4, 5 weeks to get something that you ordered. And so they're finding these small mining towns and little places and basically setting up retail stores so that like at least some of the day-to-day necessities are stocked in those areas, because, there's money moving in now. The town's starting to grow. So you find a little town that's starting to grow, but doesn't have the ability to get those catalog things to them quickly. And that's where they would set up those stores. I don't know if that was the logic by this first store, but I would assume it was, because that was what they were doing in like the early days of it. Is these little Midwestern towns that were far away from railways.
No, it makes sense. It really does. But I was just like, he seems to be someone with a lot of business acumen, very young, right? And so I wondered how much input he had on this specific location. My guess would be, just from hearing the story, I'm sure he shared his input with his investors, Callahan and Johnson, and but it would
I'm
be
sure
interesting.
they made
to
the
know.
decision all together.
Correct.
And it was a
Yeah.
kind of a tactic they were all doing.
Yeah.
With these golden rule stores. It was like the birth of department stores in the Midwest, in like a lot of these little mining towns. I already mentioned he was living upstairs in the attic. And in their first year, they made $29,000 in sales, which in today's money is $1.1 million. $1.1 million in sales in a small mining town.
Unreal.
This
That's
dude
crazy.
sold everything that everybody needed.
Right?
And
That's
managed
crazy.
to get it to them. You know what I mean? Like, you imagine 1.1 million in sales in a small town when cars aren't common.
Right?
There's not like a ton of fucking people traveling through. I mean, they are. There's people coming in and out and employee, right? But like this is like this dude knew the community and knew their needs and was an insanely good salesman. All right, so the spread of pennies. In 1906, he opens his second store, Rock Springs, Wyoming, and his third store in Cumberland, Wyoming, by 29. So by 29, in 4 years, he's now an owner of 3 department stores with these profits. Now, in 29, Johnson and Callahan, we don't know why, but they had a falling out. There was something going on. I don't know if I doubt it was something big, like they cheated each other or something, but it seems there was for some reason, maybe it was a comment about somebody's wife. I don't fucking know, right?
They had a falling out with each other, not with Penny, is what you're saying.
With Johnson and Callahan have falling out with each other.
Okay.
And what they wanted to do is they wanted to sever business ties on stores. The problem is that Johnson and Callahan are both 1/3 owners of all 3 of these stores. So together, the 3 of them own these 3 stores, right? But they're making good money. So, but regardless of whatever their falling out was, they both deeply trusted and liked James Cash Penny. And so James Cash Penny got rid of the Rock Springs store in Wyoming. I think he sold it to like some cousin or something that he had been grooming, right? And used the sale price from that to buy out the other partners and be a full owner of the Kemmer store and the Cumberland store.
Gotcha.
So now, now we're friends, we like these people, but now these are 100% his stores that he's made from the profits of being an insanely good salesman. And now he owns 2 stores. And he maintains ties with both Johnson and Callahan throughout for years, right? Whatever it is, he doesn't mention it. I guess he just doesn't want to air other people's laundry. So he starts spreading these stores. He starts doing the same thing, right? He does a lot of he doesn't do a 1/3 investment. He does a 50-50 investment, right? He does with some of them and he does 1/3 with others. So these numbers, some of these stores, he owns 1/3 of them. Some of them he owns outright, and some of them he owns half of them. Okay. That being said, by 1909, he had 6 stores. By 1912, he had 34 stores.
Jeez.
By 1917, he had 177 stores.
Wow.
By 1912, he had $2 million in sales, which is $64.4 million in sales today. And by 1917, he had $14.9 million in sales, which is $4.8 billion in sales in today's money. This man was a hustler. This man was a hard worker. Now, it's important to note that by 1913, I believe, it was incorporated, and we were moving over to him being chairman of the board, not CEO, right? But he is still the final vote on the chairman. He's still taking an active role in the business,
right?
Up until like the 1930s, 40s, right? But it's like at a certain point he steps away and he's kind of half and half. But he is still the vision behind everything. Like, make no bones about it, he's still kind of running the company. It's just that he does have a CEO that steps in at a certain point. he was, I don't know how many Gen Z you have in your audience, but he was cooking is what he was doing. he was absolutely cooking. All right, so moving on. March forward from tragedy. So his first wife dies from pneumonia the day after Christmas in 1910.
Oh man.
And again, moving back, right? Like, look at the growth here. 1912, 34 stores. 1917, 177 stores. This tragedy really, like, he just went full into his work. Like, he was depressed. He was, angry. He was upset. Maybe even lost faith a little bit. I don't know. But he was certainly like, I'm just going to throw myself into the business. It incorporates in 1913. JCPenney's office moves from Salt Lake City to New York. I didn't mention Salt Lake City. It's not that important. Like, there's no reason to get into the nitty gritty details of every business thing. But it moves from Salt Lake City to New York, which is a big move because overwhelmingly most of these are not on the East Coast yet in 1914. But that was the point of moving to New York in 1914, was to take advantage of big retailers, take advantage of, it was just easier to do business, to do a big store where you're there where all the other businesses. Early 1900s New York is where you're at if you're running a huge business and you need, to sit downs and lunches and, get contracts drafted and things like that. So again, it incorporates in 1913. He becomes chairman of the board in 1917, right? So this number, 1917, 177 stores, that's all him. After 1917 is when he has he has like the final say on most things, and he's chairman of the board and he owns shares, but he's not the CEO of the company. His good friend, who he had as an owner of a Golden store that was a clerk that he trained, Earl Quarter Sams, becomes the CEO. This is a young man that he found and molded that eventually became the CEO of JCPenney. And I think he was the CEO until like 1940 something, right? So I mean, he ran through the whole Great Depression and then up into like World War II, right? Like,
wow.
So I mean, like, this was a young man he found that was just a good Christian, and had a good work ethic and all this stuff. So by 1925, they opened their 500th store. And by that's not right. 1920 is not the right number here. Oopsie. I don't remember what year that was. I want to say it's 1929. And I think I just accidentally hit 0 because it was next to it. I believe I'm like 90% positive it's 1929 and it's a typo. But yeah, it would be 1929 because that's important for the stock market crash. So it's by 1929. 1929, they've opened their 1,000th store. So from 1902 is his first store that he's a 1/3 owner. And in 18 years, he is opening his 1,000th store.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, what's crazy is, what strikes me already is the skill set to go from being the guy that's really good on the floor at knowing like what individuals want to being this good at sort of operating a business at a mass scale. Because I think those are different skill sets. To be someone who's good, doing a direct.
They were
connected,
mixed at the time.
Yeah.
More than they are today, right? Like if you're a salesperson on the floor, you're an employee to a company. Nobody is training you for management, and then maybe they are, but they're certainly not training you to open your own store to compete with them. But that was kind of like the name of the game at the time, right? Was like, this is a career. Kind of like, you go to France and like a waiter isn't seen as like a bad job. It's seen as a career, right?
Right.
Whereas here in American, that's something like teenagers do and hot girls do. And then like they age out of it, right? Kind of the same thing here. Is that he was being groomed to be a retail owner, like to own his own stores, because that was also how the store owner was going to make money, was by finding those diamonds in the rough that could open a successful store that they could be a part owner of, and they could grow and expand and like spread their message. So here's the when these are the company's goals when they incorporate in 1913. This is the penny idea. This was on the wall of every JC Penney. This was like an enforceable kind of like thing. These are the ideals, kind of the mission statement before there was a mission statement. So I just want to read these because I think it gives you an idea into how he viewed business as one of the greatest capitalist heroes of American history. Number one, to serve the public as nearly as we can to its complete satisfaction. Number two, to expect for the service we render a fair remuneration and not all of the profit the traffic will bear. Right? It is a company policy to not raise the price to the point where you can make the most money, but instead to get a fair remuneration. And that is, you know, people go, well, isn't this supposed to be like your libertarian ANCAP hero? Why would you support that? I support people doing what they think is good about their values. And also I support the idea that when you're not trying to nickel and dime everybody out of every penny, people come back. People support your business. People want to see you succeed. People want to keep buying your products there. And so that was kind of like part of their philosophy.
Which the proof's in the results, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, 1,000 stores in 18 years from one store that you were a 1/3 owner of.
Yeah. I've seen it. I'm sure we've all seen it at a local level, right? Like I have. I remember when I worked as a bartender, right? There was a big hubbub because some of the local bars, there were 3 local bars in this little town, and I was one of the 3. All the other bars raised their draft beer 15 cents. You would not believe the amount of people that came into our bar because of that. 15 cents? You're like, really? Made a difference.
Right, yeah.
But they
Yeah,
were
it
trying
makes
to
a difference.
maximize like the profit on, if we sell 100 drafts a day and we increase 15 cents, look at that. Over 365 days, look at our profit. But, you know, now I assure you the bar I was working for wasn't trying to have ethical business practices.
Well, I mean, like if we take the ethics out of it, it's a high time preference, low time preference, right?
Correct.
High time preference says get every nickel and dime we can right now because you never know what's going to come in the future, right? Low time preference says get enough money to be profitable and make a little bit more on the top. But if we can have it cheaper and provide a good product, people will come back and we'll have their continued business and we'll have their loyalty. Number 3, to do all in our power to pack the customer's dollar full of value, quality, and satisfaction. Number 4, to continue to train ourselves and our associates so that the service we give will be more and more intelligently performed. Right? He was a hard ass on employees. It's part of the story that doesn't go is he was a hard ass, right? He was a good man. He was a fair man, but he expected you to, he worked some people to the bone, right? But you were going to drop out, you were going to quit, or you were going to become a fucking owner of your own goddamn store. Like those were your options. Right. And so it's like, he wanted to give opportunities to people that work hard. And he did a great job of that.
Well, and I think a lot of people like this, and he would seem to exemplify this, when they themselves work hard, that's what they expect of the people they're working with.
Absolutely.
So if he's like, dude, I lived in this fucking shack, you know, and I did all this shit myself, why can't you do that, you know?
It's like, cool, city boy, I escaped the TB that killed my 6 brothers and sisters and dad to start my own store, and now I own 500 stores. I don't want to hear you bitch about how you had to work 9 hours today.
Yep.
All right, I'm just refreshing that. All right, moving on. Number 5, to improve constantly the human factor in our business. Whatever. Number 6, to reward men and women in our organization through participation in what the business produces. Right? He was very, very much. Well, I mean, we'll get into it later, but like he started like pensions. He started like programs to help employees that fell on rough times. He did a lot of things like that. And it was important that everyone there is like, you're a part of this business. Like, like when a lot of companies say we're a family here, JCPenney actually meant it.
Right.
Right. And other businesses don't. Right. Like that's kind of really the whole thing. And lastly, to test our every policy, method, and act in this wise, quote, does it square with what is right and just? And that was the most important, right? If something feels wrong, it's fucking wrong. We need to fix it. If it feels like we're doing something shady, we need to fix it.
Let me take a piss break real quick. I'll be like 30 seconds. Be right back.
Yeah, 30 seconds. You better wash your hands, sir. He's not washing hands. How are you guys feeling over here? I'm switching over to Rob Noer's chat. You guys having fun? It can be a bit academic, or maybe not academic. It can be a bit boring, but I think it's interesting. I love a good nerd night. Hopefully you guys are here for a good nerd night too. Or maybe, just maybe, this is turned into like rain noises for people, since on the East Coast it's, almost midnight. Maybe I'm just a background voice putting you guys to sleep. JCPenney did mean family. Yeah. I'll never complain. Thank you for the weirdos for this.
Sorry about this.
No, you're great.
Old man bladder. Got it.
No, it's cool. We're moving on.
Okay.
Moving on. So this is a little bit of a side story. All right. The genius of retail and Robert E. Wood. I'm gonna tell a cool little break from JCPenney for a moment, but it's related. So just before, like multiple times, Sears and Montgomery Ward wanted to merge with JCPenney. And JCPenney basically was like, no, you don't fit our company's values. You don't fit our vision. This isn't really a good thing for us. Right? And this is occurring once JCPenney starts whooping that ass. Okay? And the reason they will start whooping that ass, right, is that Sears and Montgomery Ward are these big players in the business, in like the catalog business, right? I told you about that. Well, because of this retail situation, JCPenney understood something earlier than other people, which was, as technology is increasing, as industrialization is occurring, people are moving out of the country into cities, into population centers. And the more people live condensed in an area, the more profitable it is to have a warehouse that costs a lot of money to store goods, because there's more people that can come in. And so you have more turnover of those things, and they're not sitting on the shelf wasting money, right? The logic behind the catalog was that people are so spread out everywhere, and that if you have a warehouse of goods, you may never get through those warehouse of goods. They may sit on the shelf for a year, and every time you're spending heat, spending AC, if you, obviously not AC, but every time you're spending heat, every time you have to spend, rent payments, whatever it is, that things that don't move off the shelf lose money. And so the genius of Sears and Montgomery Ward and Wanamaker and, Woolsworth and things like that, the genius of all of these people is to move to a cataloging business where the hyper efficiency of the train can, people can order things, what they want, and then you can get it to them in a certain period of time. Well, there was another guy that noticed this. And this was Robert E. Wood. Okay. He's working at Montgomery Ward in a high position. He's not on the board, but he's like right under the board. Right. And he looks at the 1920s census and he goes, for the first time in American history, more people live in cities than live in the country. And he goes to the board and says, we have got to get into the retail business now. And they all laugh at him and call him an idiot. And so in 1924, he leaves Montgomery Ward and goes to work for Sears, Roebuck and Company. And what's important to understand is that Montgomery Ward dwarfed Sears as a catalog company. Who here that isn't old as fuck remembers Montgomery Ward department stores? They got into the department store business, but they got into the department store business after JCPenney and after Sears, and they never recovered. They had department stores, they worked, but they had a very small amount of business compared to Sears and especially compared to JCPenney. And that's because they didn't listen to this one guy that absolutely understood what was happening by looking at demographic data. JCPenney was years early on this. He recognized this in 1914 when he moved to New York and was like, we've got to get into the cities. So James Cash Penney saw this coming 6 years ahead of time before Robert E. Wood did. Robert E. Wood saw it once he saw the census and the data was staring at him. But Sears didn't really get into this business until 1924. They were a decade behind JCPenney. And that's really kind of part of the success of JCPenney, is knowing that they didn't really have competition. Once they started popping up stores in major cities, there were no big department stores. There were little stores, and you could order things on a catalog. But if you live in a big city, why the fuck would you order something on a catalog that you're going to get in a week when you can go to JCPenney and get it today?
Right.
And so that's part of the success was JCPenney saw the writing on the wall with these small businesses and immediately and aggressively went into the East Coast and eventually moved down to Florida, but he went into New York. He had a couple West Coast stores, but a lot of East Coast stores in major cities and population centers, and bought up that land cheap when you could still get those, right? Because you need a lot of land for a department store, right? Because you need a lot of shelf space, which is what makes it so expensive. And so even then, Sears and Montgomery Ward had to pay a premium because it was that a lot of, or they had to go into like off skirts of the city where they got less traffic. So it's a fun little side story.
Yeah. By the way,
you can read more about this story in Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics, by the way. He tells the whole story of it very well.
It's very interesting, the parallels you can see to retail today, right? Where you have brick and mortars versus sort of the Amazon, sort of like how it's almost like in the inverse, right? Where it's like, oh, people are seeing that it's more convenient. Now, granted, the shipping is insanely faster, and the like breadth of stuff that you could choose from now is like, it would be impossible for
we
retail
also
to
have cars.
Right.
You know, cars are normal, trucks are normal, shipping is quicker. Like for sure. You see, I mean, that's kind of the genius of Jeff Bezos, right? Is recognizing, okay, the technology is there to go back to an older way of doing business because it's more efficient.
It's so funny though, because I never thought of it until right now is going back. Right. It seemed to me like just thinking about it, it's like, oh, this is a new way to do things. But in reality, no. It's just
the old
sort
way
of
of doing things.
It's the old way. It's just the technology's made it more efficient. There's probably something, this is probably like beyond my scope, but I bet there's something like, I don't know, almost psychological about people where back in these days, I'm sure there was a social aspect to going to like a department store, right? Where it was
absolutely.
like, you know, like it was, I'm sure once it kicked off, like
yeah, JCPenney's had, like they were a department store. And when you go to a department store today, you go in, you shop, you maybe talk to an associate to find an item, and then you leave. JCPenney was a place where you would fill out job applications. Was common at JCPenney, not for JCPenney.
Right.
Because it was such a social thing that you would go there to like get business cards. You ever go to a gas station, they have like in the country, and they have a bunch of business cards somewhere? Like that kind of habit started in like department stores. And it wasn't just JCPenney, but JCPenney was one of those things that did it, right? Like, so they would have like local events there. They would have like parties would like show up there. Like it absolutely was a social thing, especially in like small town areas, right? Like, because there's just a couple of places, and you know, the department store knows everybody, and everybody knows, you know, like it's a place where everybody knows everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously that really starts to go away in like the 1970s, 1980s.
Right.
That really just falls off the deep end. Really, it starts in the 1940s with the development of the suburb. Is really where that goes away. Because before World War II, you have small towns and you have cities. Right? And all these small towns, there's a social element and things like that in these small towns. Now a large portion of the population is living in suburbs, working in the city, shopping in a different suburb. So they're no longer connected to one place, right? If you want to learn more about that, audience, read Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, which is a great book on the change of connection and culture, and how, and that is his big argument, is that the suburbs combined with working in the cities, combined with shopping elsewhere, has changed American culture and changed human capital and how connected we are.
Okay. Just writing it down here.
Yeah, Bowling Alone is a great book. It's an old book, but it's because millennials are like little kids at the time. But he gets a lot right about the future, by the way. But anyways, moving on. So from CEO to chairman philanthropist. So again, in 1917, he's got, you know, like, what is it, 177 stores. He's the CEO of this company. He's in New York. He's doing all these business deals. He's got this huge company that is like it is just like expanding at an extreme rate. His wife is dead, and he like just puts everything into his work, and his friends and especially his doctors are like, you're going to die if you keep working this hard. Like, you need to step away. You need to, like, because he was like very kind of a control freak on it a little bit, right? Like, he was just very, like, he had his hand, like, as an example, he would regularly visit every single store, like at least once a year. But when you own 177 stores, a demand that you are going to go to every store is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, that's 177 days, not counting travel, through the US, and there's only 365 days in the year, right? Like, he was an insane worker. And his doctor was like, you need to step back. So he steps back, he takes shares, he's chairman of the board, he's involved with the business, but he's like, okay, well, I'm not this type of person that can just stop, right? So he founds this estate in upstate New York, right? He starts Whitehaven Farm in upstate New York, and he starts focusing on agriculture and breeding better livestock. So we're talking about Gurney cows, Angus cows, things of that nature. What most people don't know about James Cash Penney is, he did a lot in agriculture. It is like, his philanthropy work in agriculture was insane. And at one point in time, his Angus stock was purchased by like presidents and businessmen and all these other people, because he was always rated as the top 5 in America in terms of his stock, like his seed stock, right? So like, if you were getting calves from him, you were getting the highest quality calves for dairy or for meat. And it's important to know, like, this is kind of the beginning of industrialization of livestock, right? Where they're intentionally breeding cows for milk production and things like that. And so, and there was some public funding in it, but he knew, I've got to advance this, right? He says, quote, if not for the man of means to do this, I do not know who possibly could. Right? He's like, I've got all this money. I want to make milk. I want to make beef. I want to make these more efficient and better. And like, I'm going to put in a fuck ton of my own money in research and things to figure out how we can get cows that have larger milk production, and cows and so that we can basically, so that farmers can live a better life, right? Like, that's what he was focused on. That's where he came from. He meets his second wife, Mary Hortonese Kimball, right, in 1919. She's basically like, she lives with him, she works with him, she's independently wealthy, right? I don't know exactly everything that she did, but they had a relationship, and like a friendly relationship in Salt Lake City, like before he moved to New York. So like, friend of the family, they were friendly terms. She was in some level of business. It's not very clear. There's not really any records. And he never really talked about his wife's business, but she had money. She wasn't like some gold digging local, right? And they're living together for about a year. And she's like, look, man, you're old, you're sick, you come from sick stock, kind of thing, right? And she's like, look, me and our kid, because they had a kid together, we need to go to a warmer, better climate. So and he goes and moves to Florida. He founds Whitehaven Estate in Florida, and he kind of falls in love with Florida. And that's when you start seeing J.C. Penney's start popping up in Florida as well. He lives a good life with his wife. And then again, this dude just gets hit with tragedy. On Valentine's Day, 1923, his wife is complaining about pain and stomach pain and goes to lay down, and she is dead by morning from internal bleeding. No known cause.
Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah, so he's got 2 kids at this point, I believe. 2 children by 2 different dead wives.
Unreal.
He is twice over a widower. He says about her departure has impressed me with the necessity of living each day as if it were the last. Besides, it has brought me into a closer realization of the power of God. It has made me feel as that I have not rendered the service to my fellow man that I should have. And from now on, it shall be my endeavor to put forward a greater effort.
Wow.
She was deeply religious, and they worked on some philanthropy projects and things like that together. And, when she passed, he was like, I don't have a wife anymore. I'm no longer the CEO of this company. I'm kind of only running it a little bit from the side. Like, and he, again, this is his habit. He just throws himself into his work. And that is when he throws himself into philanthropy deeply. Established HCSC, Honor, Confidence, Service, Cooperation. That was the thing he did for JCPenney. Basically, anybody that became destitute, that was a longtime employee, he just took care of them. Up to this day, I think they've spent like $80 million. Like if you worked at JCPenney, and to this day, if you work at JCPenney and you're there for like, I think it's over 10 years, and like some tragic accident happens, JCPenney's got you. That's just how it is. You work for us, we work for you.
It's amazing.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on. So in 1924, you know, he's a little crazy. He's thrown into philanthropy. He finds this property in upstate Florida. It's like 187, 186, I don't remember exactly, square miles of farmland. And so he's just like, fuck it. I'll put an offer down for $400K. A lot of it's been cleared. Most of it's been cleared. Most of it is like ready to be farmland, but it's just not it's underutilized, right? Well, they take him up on it. And he's like, hell yeah, I have a thing to focus on. So what he started doing with this Penny Farms through 1924 to 1926 is he started taking applications for farmers on this plot of land. Now, you had to meet very strict standards of religious morality as well as like work ethic in order to be a part of Penny Farms. But if you did, he was going to go into a profit sharing model with you. He was going to give you farmland, give you a house, modernized farming equipment and like silos and things of that nature, which is really big deal in the 20s, right?
Sure.
You're not like a subsistence farmer in a shack, but you're going to have modern farming equipment. You're going to have, modern things like heating. A big one was heating for cows in the winter, right? Like, so like you would have a spot that you could keep your cows warm so you don't have dead cows because they couldn't make it through the winter. Things like that you kind of take for granted now that were like a big deal if you had that at your farm in the 1920s. So he invested over $12 million of his own money. Now remember, JCPenney never took a salary from JCPenney. The only thing he did was his own side businesses and side hustles, along with shares that he had. So he would sell off a little bit of shares, and there was some other things that he did. I don't want to get into too much detail, but
sure,
that's $219 million in today's money, right, into Penny Farms that he invested to create this farming. There was some co-ops. One of them was, so he had on-site assistance with like seeds and things like that. Like it was this giant co-op, Christian co-op that he had. They had a cannery there, right? Like a lot of modern amenities. And then of course there was a dairy operation, which was its own co-op that eventually was run by his son, known as Foremost Dairy. Foremost Dairy, some of you may or may not remember it. If you're older, you might know what Foremost Dairy is. If you're younger, you probably don't know. They still exist in like Hawaii and Guam and Japan, but they're not really an American company anymore. So he restored the city, right? He spent millions, well, maybe not millions in today's money, right? Like hundreds of thousands then, in restoring Long Branch City, renamed it to Penny Farms. So he had this small town that he basically built up for this farming co-op. He established in 1926 the Penny Gwynn. So Ralph Gwynn and JCPenney went into an Institute of Applied Agriculture. So basically what he did is, with all of these modern things, he would have agreements with farmers so that the University of Florida could bring in and do research, do studies, look at modern things, do new experiments, right? So he's partnering with the University of Florida and with like all the modern agriculture people so that we can do the data, we can do the research without needing a bunch of government money, but instead in a profitable way so that we can move the American agriculture into the future.
How many? Oh, I was going to ask real quick. So the farmers that he brings in, is there any data on like how many like homesteads he put up? How many farms he put up? Was it like a handful, or was it on this 200 square miles? Was he getting like 40, 50?
there's not a lot of good data, and the reason is this is 1924 to 1926, and something kind of big happens in 1929.
Right. Which is, even though
So
I
it's
know that it's not
you know what I mean? It's the once the Great Depression hits, a lot of bad things happen.
correct. But it's amazing because even at that time, I think what you're saying about like, I know the smallest amount about this because where I'm from, there was a lot of family owned farms. And you hear a lot of the history of it because a lot of them are selling now to like these big factory farms. But you hear people talking of like, well, this is how it was when great grandpa did it because my friends are still living on this farm that they've had for 6 generations. So I think the impressiveness of getting modern farm equipment in 1924 would be insane. That would be insane for like it would be almost like the equivalent of today if you know anyone that farms, like going from like you're out there with like, you know, your John Deere playing a field to these new systems they have that are completely computer oriented where it basically scans your field and you sit in your porch.
It'd be
with
like
a
someone
laptop.
coming in and bringing like fucking a modern irrigation system for
Right.
the whole farm.
Right. All of a sudden, now that you're struggling to get by one day, and the next day you're on a state of the art, free house provided, free technology provided, and all you got to do is put the work in. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's an incredible offer.
So long as you're a hardworking Christian, and so long as your wife keeps meticulous business records for him, that was another thing. You had to be married, and you had to have your wife's job was to keep records. And he did this in other ways as well. Hold on, let me fix this real quick, and then let's move on. All right, so the next thing he did was the Memorial Home Community of 1926 to 1929. So what this was a community for the elderly who had devoted their life to God. Now, what's important to understand is that most Baptist reverends at the time was an unpaid job. And we didn't have this big evangelical community of like, you didn't have rich, like small town preachers were not wealthy people. And sometimes what happens is they die. They die from tuberculosis like his dad, right? And then what they leave behind is a mother and children who can't work their farm and don't have the, like they go into destitution. And so he was like, this is wrong. I'm going to do something to stop this. So he brings in prominent architectures. He brought in like horticultural faculty from Clemson University. He brings in a bunch of people, invests $2 million of his own funds, right? Which is like $150 million in today's money, and builds this elderly home community, mostly for wives whose husbands were reverends that died from unforeseen circumstances. And so long as you lived here, you did not have to pay rent. You did not have to pay utilities. The only thing you had to pay for was your own food. The homes were fully furnished, but you had to bring in your own linens and you had to bring in your own like silverware and dishware and things of that nature. And this was like part of Penny Farms, and near that like town of like the, you know, Penny Farms, the town that he had revitalized. This was like a big deal for him, was taking care of the elderly that had devoted their life to God and had been abandoned by the community simply because of the lack of means. And yeah, I don't know that there's much else to say about it, but this is like, this to me strikes, this is where I really start to get like almost emotional. I'm not quite emotional, but like the idea that we have this socialist narrative that everybody that is a millionaire is this evil piece of shit, that like these people exploited the labor. His entire story is one of lifting people out of poverty into greatness and into being able to take care of themselves and their family, so long as they were good Christian people that worked hard. I mean, and he became the top 10 wealthiest people in America doing that.
You think about it, right? Like, you know, sort of rags to riches, actually busting his ass to make it, right? And then after the death of his second wife, like the caliber of man it would take to be writing that inspired you to be more philanthropic, right? Like, I haven't done enough, right? Instead of becoming embittered, I feel like most people that were weaker would be like, well, fuck all this. Maybe I'll lose faith, or maybe I'll just say, you know what? What's the point of all of this anyways? I'm just going to get exceedingly wealthy. Fuck it all. But to like double down and be like, you know what?
He doubles down on it. But like, this is proof that I need to do more.
Right. That's amazing. It really
Because
is.
I'm going to feel good. I'm going to be able to heal from this pain and this trauma by taking what I have and uplifting other people and making the world around me a better place. That's how I'm going to heal from this trauma.
Something that resonates that you said earlier, that isn't it interesting that he's not using this to influence politics, right? That he's like, I could do more. There's actually, and I think that that's like a very important lesson. You see so many billionaires today. Trump being one that ran for office, right? But people like Mark Cuban or even people like Soros and these other people. And it seems like when you get this money, the solution's always, we'll go to big daddy government and see, even if you intend to do well, that's the mechanism that a lot of people use.
It's like Elon Musk, shut the fuck up and go to Mars. Like that's what I want from Elon Musk.
That's exactly
you know
what
I mean? Like I don't want you involved in any of this dirty fucking game. Just shut the fuck up and go to Mars.
The idea of buying
anime
X,
waifu on X, you know what I mean?
right? The theory of buying X to make it way more free speech, like that's something you could do good for humanity. Once you start getting involved in politics, even if it's something I like, even if it's for a party I like, right? It really does. And I've said this a lot. I've noticed this in my own life, right? I go to political events. I'm involved in politics in a very small way. I'm not big timing or anything, but I know events that I go to that there's actually like senators and et cetera at. And man, you could do more good helping your fucking neighbor out when they fall in a hard time. I mean, it literally, it's so dumb to look like it seems so obvious, but I swear to God, it's true. Just being there for your local community.
$10 million to fight poverty, let's fight homelessness. You know where that $10 million is going? Some senator's cousin is going to have an NGO and they're going to build 20 fucking homes and they're going to house 18 people and fucking 10 of the homes are going to be destroyed and dilapidated before time. And the senator's cousin's going to get rich doing it.
Yep.
Like just go build a home. If you have $10 million, go build 20 homes yourself.
It really is. And like, what a man to be like, I don't need to go through these public mechanisms. I'll just buy land and do it myself. There you go. And I'll set my criteria that I want.
We've only reached like 50% of his basedness.
It's awesome. Yeah.
So the Great Depression. So this is where tragedy hits again. JCPenney was projected to open 400 stores in 1929. That's more than one store a day. That's how good they were doing in 1929. That is how, right? You know, he meets his third and final wife. Okay. Just in case anybody's worried that this man is the angel of death. Like he's all right. Like he meets his third and final wife, Caroline Penny. There's not much known about her, but we do know more about her children. That'll be the last slide. So he remarries. You know, the business is doing insane. You know, he's got the memorial home community. But when the Great Depression hits, you know, we'll get into a little bit more of this, but he has invested a lot of money and he doesn't have a salary. And Penny Farms starts to degrow. People start leaving because there's, you know, he's breaking promises to a certain extent. Because, you know, nobody saw the Great Depression coming.
Right.
And the reason it hits so hard is because JCPenney went public on October 23rd, 1929, 6 days before the stock market crash.
Yeah, talk about all-time worst timing. That's brutal.
That is when JCPenney decided that they were going to go open on the stock market, took in a bunch of funds to invest because they were growing their business because they were projected to open 400 stores that year, right? Like we're looking at like 1,300 stores. We're about to go to 1,700 stores. And then boom, 6 days after going public, the stock market crashes and the value of everything goes dramatically down. And that's important for a big reason, which is the banking blunder. So JCPenney had borrowed millions to establish and maintain Penny Homes and Memorial Homes community, and he borrowed most of this on JCPenney's stock. Valuation of his company, and then when it goes public and the stock market crashes, well, all of a sudden he owes way, way, way more money than the valuation of that. He was so invested in this that he had actually acquired his own bank, the City National Bank of Miami, so that he could fund more of these people's loans and projects in Penny Farms. Like he was dumping, I mean, like I said, over $12 million in pre-Great Depression money
Right.
into this project. And he before FDIC, he personally guaranteed all of the funds at the City National Bank in Miami, and he eschewed any form of usury. This was like, it was a non-profit bank. There was like it was meant to break zero, even with the evaluation of stock that he had, because the entire point was to uplift poor people out of poverty and create hardworking people that would revolutionize kind of like a modern dairy and Angus and seed stock and move agriculture in America into the future, and do so with, you know, hundreds of square miles of acreage of farmland and things of that nature. Well, what's even crazier, so here's the final count. He lost all of his money, all of it. He went from being one of the top 10 richest men in America to losing over $40 million, which is $730 million in wealth today. He also lost $3.5 million in a bank lawsuit, which is $65 million, because when the runs on the bank happened, he had guaranteed all of them via contract. And there was no FDIC insurance at the time, right? He lost $7 million, or about $130 million that he invested in Memorial Homes. He lost $3 million in personal, and another $3 million in personal loans that he had to pay back. So this man went millions of dollars into debt. Roughly $53 million, which is about $1 billion in
Holy shit.
losses.
That's surreal.
Penny is such a good businessman, such a good Christian, that he never filed bankruptcy. Penny paid back every single dollar that he owed because he believed bankruptcy was morally evil. And then when a man says he's going to pay you, he pays you. And he did.
Crazy.
He eventually rose to be one of the most wealthy people in America again.
That's surreal. Like when you have that out where you can just be like, well, there's nothing I could do. And it seems like from this account, it's not like he did anything unethical to land him in this position. It's just, it was the worst timing ever.
Yeah, he overextended, and his company went public 6 days before the Great Depression.
That's crazy.
Sorry,
That's
for
unreal.
the stock market crash, not necessarily the depression comes later, but you get
Right.
So he sold off his Whitehaven estate. He sold off big chunks of Penny Farms, basically all of Penny Farms except for a co-op that was Foremost Dairy, and the portions that were tied to the University of Florida. He sold off as many assets as he had to pay back. He took out loans on his own life insurance to keep payroll at JCPenney.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. And of course, he never took an income. He never took a salary. Everything that he had was based in stocks. So obviously he's depressed. Okay. He's super depressed. All of his philanthropy work is gone. That was inspired by his second wife's passing, his passion, whatever. So what does JCPenney do now that he's depressed and he's lost everything? JCPenney does what JCPenney does, okay? And what JCPenney does is he personally travels to every single JCPenney store in America. And with no money, with the shirt on his back, he stays in department managers' homes and goes in and uses his expertise and his knowledge to make sure that every store is satisfying and that every problem is fixed, that every store is out competing others, and uses all of his experience to go from store to store from 1929 to 1931. He is just fucking taking random tickets and scrounging pennies together to go to every JCPenney and make it profitable again. He does so to such a degree that he almost dies. He works himself to death doing this and checks into Kellogg Sanatorium in Missouri. He is gaunt. His cheeks are hollow. He has a severe case of shingles, and he's on his deathbed, essentially. The doctors tell him, you're going to die. There's nothing we can really do for you. And there was a church choir down the hallway, and he prays to God and finds himself in this church choir and asks for God's forgiveness for, his irresponsibility and things of this nature, and redevotes, like has a second awakening of his faith, right? Because he had gotten depressed and worked himself, and makes a full and complete recovery in 6 days.
Wow.
And the doctors are like, you're supposed to be dead. We don't understand what happened. And he was like, Jesus Christ saved me. I've got more work to do. Well, he didn't have the money for the medical bills in the hospital. And then his good friend, Sam, and the board find out, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? We had no idea for 2 years that you were penniless and destitute because he didn't let anybody know that he was broke,
Right.
that broke. And they were like, so they loved him so much that all of the board directors found ways to purchase stock cheaply and return a section of at least a portion of his stock. And then they demanded that he take a salary and they outvoted him on the board. They had a unanimous vote to force him to take a salary.
Damn.
And he gave Memorial Homes over to a Christian magazine that was doing financially well to ensure protection, but he went and visited again, after his come to Jesus moment, and he just redevoted his life towards philanthropy and paid off all of his debts. He, got rid of all of his assets. He found ways to make different business deals and use his stock and improve the company to such a degree that he was wealthy again.
That's he ended up not losing the Memorial Homes during the Great Depression. He somehow managed to keep it.
He deeded it essentially to, in order to not be forced to sell it, he quickly gave it as a tax write-off to a Christian magazine that he knew had the funds to continue maintaining it. So he basically gave it to a charity so that debtors and things like that wouldn't come for him, or the government wouldn't come for him.
Right.
But he did lose it.
I think that this also speaks to, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, right? Older generation, it's like today, victimhood's one of the highest virtues you could have. Older generations, to a fault, would not let you know if there were serious problems with them. Like particular men, it was you put your nose to the grindstone and you just work harder. So it's surreal to us today to be like, so I mean, this dude was destitute for 2 years and's literally working literally to death, where he's gaunt and working himself to death, and all of these people in his life that he did business with for years are like, we had no fucking clue. We just didn't know. You didn't bring it up. That's how a lot of people were back in the day. You just said,
I mean, he was just that much of a worker. I noticed people were asking for a citation. Can I post links in your chat?
I think it's set up. You could set it in the private chat and then I could post it. Do you see the private chat in Discord?
Well, it worked.
Oh, there. Oh, I don't know why people tell me it can't work.
You probably have your chat bot might be turned off or something from an update.
Well, good. I'm glad.
Okay, well, regardless, most of the information is going to come from David Kruger's biography, but I have other sources for little pieces. Like I said, the story of Rob, that's a story that is predominantly in Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. I have other small things, but a majority of this information is coming from David Kruger.
I think he's asking as well as well, where would someone like Kruger get the information? I'm sure intuiting here.
Did extensive research on interviewing his children, on looking through business records, on going through his brother had written diaries about certain situations. Kruger did extensive research that I did not do. Right? I did not dig that deep into. But again, I'm sure some of the details, some of the things may be hearsay. I've said before earlier in the stream, maybe you weren't here when he was talking about, how he memorized everybody's hat and shoe size. I was like, look, we know how much money he made. That sounds like some made up shit, right? So, I mean, I'm not 100% confident on all the information, but most of it came from David Kruger. And I think he did a really great job with that book, as well as a few other sources.
All right.
But obviously, it's told from an ANCAP perspective here, as opposed, the story I choose to tell is going to be colored by my desire to put forward a hero of capitalism. Yeah, so moving on. We're almost done. So Foremost Dairy, a little bit of a side thing. Foremost Dairy was a dairy co-op owned that was a part of Penny Farms. He maintains that. He puts Roswell Penny, which is his son, in charge of Foremost Dairy. His son had been groomed, I guess, inherited money kind of thing, right? But his son does a good job with Foremost Dairy, right? He didn't muck it up. It's still a co-op that existed, right? He revives it in 1934, kind of puts that together. It, expanded to 22 states, $160 million or in 1953 in sales, which is $1.9 billion in sales today. Now, in 1985, it was sold off to another company, stopped being a co-op, and then the Department of Justice got involved in a case against Dean Foods when they were trying to do a merger with Foremost Dairy. Basically, it was over. It's a long story, but basically, the government believed that it was wrong that they had merged because it created a monopoly on milk sold to public schools. And that in 3 states, there were these public schools and they were all going to get dairy from the same source, which is fucking hilarious because there's 4 big companies that run all the school lunches now.
Yep.
And they're a bunch of shiesty pieces of shit that, steal your taxes anyways. So it didn't do a goddamn thing. People remarked about it. They call it like it turned a monopoly into a duopoly because it created 2 companies. Eventually they ended up, the American portion of Foremost Dairy kind of split off, and it was like Pacific Islands, Japan, things like that is where that company went, and it still exists today. It's just, it's changed hands, etc. But it's important to note that this was part of the revival of James Cash Penney, was consolidating Foremost Dairy and working with his son to make it an incredibly profitable business, right? So that is also part of James Cash Penney.
That's incredible. So Foremost, I don't know if it's still around today. Dean certainly is.
It's around. It's just in like Hawaii, and like it's in islands and it's in Japan still.
Gotcha.
It's not something that's sold in America in any real degree. But it was sold off out of that family in 1985.
Gotcha.
Right. So like it stops being about J.C. Penney or his sons or family or anything. It's like it was sold off to like a Colonel or Kurtzitz, or it starts with a K-E. I can't remember.
It's amazing.
It wasn't.
It's amazing though to think that that's like, seemingly, if you didn't know this story, you'd be like, what the hell would the connection between some department store and some like dairy group have? Well, what's the connection there? So to see someone who's involved like in 2 industries that became sort of ubiquitous with the United States and sort of, important things to our society.
Everybody knows J.C. Penney as the department store guy. They don't know what he's done for agriculture, which is huge. And we're about to get into that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
So moving forward. That's just the smell of money. I told you that bit earlier. Right?
Yeah.
This is his third and final wife she was a city girl, right? And so like she did, like, she loved him, obviously. He's one of the richest men in the world. But also, he was a good man, and and a good father, etc. So he took what he learned in with the failure of Penny Farms, and he took those lessons and kind of restarted this project. And one of the things that he did is he went to farmsteads in Missouri, predominantly. 10 of them were in Missouri, and these are much, much larger farmsteads. We are talking about thousands of square miles of farmland in Missouri and in a few other states. And what he did is, we'll get into that, but he focused on that in much the same way that he did Penny Farms. He also started working with universities and experts and big agriculture people in his own homestead. He set up his father's homestead in Missouri, and turned it into a Angus seed stock breeding with modern technology and things of that nature. His seed stock for Angus cows was in the top 5 in America at all times. He started selling draft horses, Gurney Dairy. Foremost Dairy and his dairy operations and his farmsteads, were able to produce cows that produced more milk. A lot of the A1 protein milk push is from him. So you ever go to the grocery store and you'll see A2 milk and it tastes more like milk, right?
Yeah.
That's like that A2 milk is that more yellowy milk is like that Guernsey dairy, right? But he also had seed stocks that had cows that produce more milk, and that's where and he was a big push for the development of better cows that produce more milk and are more profitable. And without him, we probably would have taken us years and years to get to that, because he put so much money and research and worked with a lot of universities to develop better cows that produced more milk. He won a ton of competitions with his own dairy stock and things of that nature. Did breeding operations with, he had a partner, Jimmy Dodge. Then the two of them did a lot of breeding research and things like that. So he I don't want to say he revolutionized dairy industry, because that would be giving him too much credit. But he is a big reason for the push behind that and the money and the investment behind that, right? Without him, the capital, because it was mostly public funds that were going towards research in the cattle and dairy. It was not a lot of private funds going towards it, because we don't have these huge, big farming companies. Like it wasn't, most farms were homesteads, right? At this time, they're not, the majority of these farms are not like, Monsanto or something.
Right.
So he was one of the big players in funding research and in, getting into, I'm not a big agriculture person. I don't have a fucking technical degree from a farming college,
Sure.
right? But he was a big part of the push towards what made the dairy industry in America some of the best, made the cattle industry. We have some of the best meat and some of the best dairy in the world. We fell off on that, we, a lot of other
Right.
countries won't buy our shit now because,
I wonder
because
why.
all the-
You're right.
because
Yep.
of subcutaneous injections to get them
Yep.
their bodies to change the way they produce grain, and a lot of fucked up shit now. But at the time, we were kicking ass, and J.C. Penney is the money man behind a lot of that.
Let me, two questions real quick. Someone asked, this is sort of overarching, I think, the whole thing. How much did you know about him before you decided that you wanted to do this presentation on him? So was it how did you pick him? I guess basically is what they're asking.
I mean, I went into the dark, right? I was looking for, I went and was how do I find, what are these, who are the robber barons? Who are these people? And then I found a couple articles about James. I found a couple articles about James. I was this guy's story is interesting. Then I found David Kruger's book. I read that book. And then I just tried to gobble up what other information was available on the web and things like that. And just the more I read about him, the more I learned about him, the more I was holy shit, this guy is just so underappreciated.
The question I had then was, now I know it's not as it seems, but in my head, even though I know it's not the case, I can't help but conflate this dude with all these farms, an average farm guy going around. Now I know when it comes to competitive livestock, it actually is a lot of very wealthy people, and I'm assuming it was the same back then. But my question is, how famous was he? If you were some dude and JCPenney rolled in to your farm show, was it oh shit, like everyone knew him?
I mean,
or was it?
like Eisenhower had bought seed cattle from him. A lot of big farmers had bought him. Multiple presidents had bought seed cattle from him, seed stock from him, because he was an award-winning on his own homestead, was an award-winning person. To what degree he was famous in that world, I don't know enough about that world to know what degree of shock or excitement.
I guess put it this way: would he be
competition.
Would he be akin to someone like a Warren Buffett today, where it's a household name that people? I mean, sure they know the company, but they would have known the man back in the day, or would it be more
if you were in agriculture, you would almost certainly know that James Cash Penney is a person heavily involved in agriculture, and that had a lot of awards and stuff. But if you weren't in agriculture, you probably wouldn't know James Cash Penney as anything other than
the department
guy behind J.C. Penney.
Okay, yeah, that was the question I had, because it's weird when we look at this in retrospect. What was their effect at the time? What were the thoughts about him at the time? So yeah, that's.
So one of the things that he did is this is how it's so crazy how much of a philanthropist this man was. With most of the 15 large farmsteads, what he did is he bought out farms, okay, from wealthy people that own these big farms. And most of these big farms had tenant farmers on them. Like, I mean, and this is a practice that goes back to the fucking colonization of America, right? You have poor tenant farmers. What J.C. Penney did is he would hire investigators to discover these people without their knowledge who they were. And he would go and he would find tenant farmers that were hard workers and were good Christians and were well respected in the community. And he would personally show up at their door and he would say, I've bought your farm. Here's the deal. We're going 50-50 on this farm. You get to keep half the profits. I get to have half the profits. I'm going to put in all of the capital investment to modernize your farm. I'm going to put in the irrigation system, the dairy, most of it was dairy, right? And Angus stock, but also a lot of it was just farmland. I'm going to put in everything it is to bring your farm up to the level of the wealthy farmers that have the best tech right now, right? I'm going to give you the money you need to have better plows. And because at the time the tractors are still not they're used in some things and not in other things, right? They're not that common until you get into the 50s. And so, I mean, obviously they're Lamborghini made fucking tractors in the 1940s, but setting that aside, right? He would modernize people's farms. And then they had to follow his strict moral code, and they had to follow his strict code on how the business was run. So he demanded that the wife keep meticulous records for him. Most of these contracts were not done on paper. Most of these contracts were done with the shake of a hand on tenant farmers on his land. That's just the reputation this man had. And he said, we'll do 50-50 on this farm. I already own the farm. You're just a person living on it. You supply all the labor and you keep records and you keep this Christian lifestyle. I don't want any drinking. I want regular church attendance, things like that. Then we're good. I'll modernize your farm and you get to keep half of the money. And then you can buy me out at cost.
That's unreal, especially that last part. Right, being able to buy it out at cost, because most businessmen, right, their approach would be, "Oh, great, we're on to something. I invested early for the chance of a big payout later." But he's basically admitting, all I want to do is be made whole again, right? That's it, and then good to go from there.
Not only that, he had I want to say, I don't know, we don't know exactly how many he had because he didn't even do paper contracts with a lot of these people. Nevertheless, there was one family that named their son after him. He was beloved. There's a fun little quote, from one of the daughter of a family from the Meservey family, Marshall Meservey. Quote, "It wasn't really until Mr. Penney died that we finally began to grasp how the rest of the world saw him. I guess my brothers and I had never had to stop and consider that the humble man we had all known on our farm was actually quite famous outside of it. He made sure that he made 2 visits per year to every single one of these people so long as they were still partners. And he would go there, he would work in their fields, he would see how they're doing, he would see what needs they needed. Like if things had broken and they didn't have the money, he would work out deals with them. And he would stay in their house and have family dinners. You have one of the richest men in the world shows up at your door, gives you the opportunity to go from a tenant farmer into an owner operator of your land in the modern farming sense. And he's showing up do we got, pot roast tonight? Okay. I'm going to wake up in the morning and help out.
Grabbing a pitchfork
Yeah. And here he is, a multimillionaire. One of the craziest things about him is he lived in New York City and he had I think it was at 72, 73 years old, he fell down some stairs and like twisted his ankle and like fractured something in his ankle. And that was when the CEO, the current CEO, was a different CEO than Sam. The CEO discovered that the man had been riding the subway his entire life in New York City and never had a driver. And they were like, dude, you're too old to be riding the subway. Like
crazy. Yeah.
This is in like the 1960s. And he was this old dude hopping along, and they forced him to get a driver, and he was like, all right, I guess I'll take a driver. Like, he was one of the richest men in the world, and he's just riding the subway with everybody else because he liked to breathe in and feel the city.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So we come to the end. What is the legacy of America? This is about to get sad, boys. I'm sorry, but this is Heroes of Capitalism, and the story is not good because that is just how life is. So one last inspirational thing. According to someone else's biography, James Cash Penney inspired and met a young man who was a trainee in Des Moines, Iowa, and taught him how to tie ribbons, and explained the success of retail is about being where people are early. He explained to this young man that the success of J.C. Penney was because they knew that people were moving into the cities, and that's where people are, and that you have to meet your customer where they are. This young man, who was inspired by him and was an employee of James Cash Penney and was taught how to tie ribbons as a young boy and was given this sage advice, was Sam Walton.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It seems like Sam Walton took to heart exactly what he did, because Sam Walton moved into the suburbs as the suburbs were starting to grow, and basically did exactly what was the success of J.C. Penney is what he did with Walmart. It's a fun little anecdote.
That's very interesting.
About the legacy of him is that Sam Walton was an employee of his, and he just a chance encounter, and gave him a piece of advice, and that advice he took to heart, apparently. The legacy of, he dies in 1971. And what is J.C. Penney? I have a list here of CEOs of J.C. Penney, and I think it tells a story all in of itself. J.C. Penney, was the CEO and from 1913 to 1917, obviously starting in the Kimmer store in 1902. Then we have Earl Corder Sams from 1917 to 1946. Then Albert Hughes, 1946 to 64. And then William M. Batten from 64 to 74. So in his life, we have 4 CEOs, including himself, as he's the chairman of the board.
That's over 60
a decade.
60 something years, 4 CEOs. Like, that's very good. A lot of stability.
Right. Then once he's dead, we have 9 years with Siebert. Then we have 8 years with Howell. Then we have 5 years with one CEO. Then we have 4 years with another CEO. Then we have 7 years with one CEO. Then we have 2 years with one CEO, 2 years with one CEO, 3 years with one CEO, 3 years with one CEO, 3 years with one CEO, and 4 years with one CEO.
Mm-hmm.
JCPenney is bankrupt more than once. They're closing down. The department store is dead. They failed to modernize. The CEO I believe it was several CEOs thought it was stupid to try and move into the online business. And they obviously didn't pay attention to the advice that Sam Walton got, which is the success of retail is meeting people where they are. The James C. Penney Foundation of 1954 which is managed now by his third wife's children, split in 1999. Carol Penney Geyer's children now run the Penney Fund, and it is focused on racial, environmental, and economic justice. All of his money and all that he left for his family has been funneled into elections in Georgia and in the South, predominantly in Georgia, trying to flip states blue. They got a bunch of money in COVID grants so that they could fund their philanthropic work in racial and environmental justice and gave a lot of money to Black Lives Matter and resistance movements. That is the sad tale of one of the greatest Christians, one of the greatest capitalists in American history. His grandchildren have squandered all of his wealth. Foremost Dairy's gone. JCPenney is basically gone. And whatever money they had left to manage things has been moved into leftist Marxist causes.
That's so fucking sad to see a guy that stayed out of politics, and it's like now the legacy is of what's left. DEI overload. You want to know?
That's it. That's it. There you go.
That's sad.
Stop
I'll say
the presentation.
I have one JCPenney story. There was.
I don't know how to get rid of this because it did the fucking.
Oh, I could.
Oh, there we go.
The town that's closest to me, where I went to university, Clarion University, they have what I always called a mall, but anyone who's lived anywhere with people ever would say, you call this a fucking mall. It had Kmart in one end and JCPenney on the other. Then the D&D and a bunch of other stores in it, right?
The cheap mall. That's one of the cheap malls.
Yes.
You know, you got a cheap mall when it's got a Kmart by it.
Yes. So
back in the day, it was like, you got a Kmart? You got that shit at Kmart?
Kmart? Yeah. That was So I used to, when I did healthcare with people with autism and stuff, I would walk that mall every day that I worked, 5 laps around the mall with the one dude I worked with autism. And he really was into watches, like really. So he'd stop into Kmart and look, and they just had like bullshit Casio watches. But in JCPenney, they still had the glass counter with like the sort of, $90, $120 watch, right? Like a little fancier, And so we'd stop in there, and he would like this one watch. It was $120, big blue face, but it was an analog watch. Those people at JCPenney that we would talk to every day, elderly women and one elderly guy that worked in there. 5 days before Christmas, we're walking the mall, and one guy, they would always talk to my dude, and then the guy pulls me aside and is like, "Is it okay if we give him a gift?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem,"
Yeah.
And they got him that $120 watch. They did, and. Oof. I wrote to the company and was like, I just want to let you know that sort of, and within 3 years, that fucking place is gone. It's gone. The people that worked in there were like elderly people working retail.
I noticed a lot of people are like, Jesus Christ, way to end on a low note. I don't know if you paid attention to the very beginning speech that I gave, if you were there for that.
Yep.
But this series isn't a happy story. We don't have magnanimous philanthropic capitalists anymore because we've lost so much of capitalism. We have a low trust society. We have a far more socialist economy. And the way to succeed in business in America today is buying off politicians. That's the only way you make it as a large corporation. And I want to tell these stories because I think it's important to know where we came from, to know just how fucking sad where we are today is. Because there's this lie, this deep, deep lie that we have all been shoved down our throats, and most Republicans believe, and all of the left believes, that capitalism was this dangerous, unhinged mess of needing to be regulated and controlled by the state for the betterment of the people, when in reality, yeah, there were robber barons, sure, some of them. Most of them weren't. Most of them were deep philanthropists that had that most of them were hardcore Christians. Yeah, sure, Rockefeller did some shady shit, but you know what else Rockefeller also did? He brought the price of kerosene down from $25 a barrel down to less than $4 a barrel. You know what else he did? He made it to where the wealthy were not the only people that could read at night and could work at night, because kerosene lamps were now vastly more affordable than whale oil. When the government busted up, went and filed suit to bust up Standard Oil, they had like 84% of the market share. By the time the government actually went into place, they had less than 60% of market share, and they were probably going to be busted up themselves. The progressive era and from on, we have adopted more and more socialism, and with that, especially with the indoctrination of pedagogy in the American universities, which means teaching the teachers that taught all of you, we have been force-fed one side of history that is completely biased and bullshit about what the Gilded Age and what capitalism was in America. Like we were a fucking country of hillbilly fucking retards that couldn't make it in Europe and came over here. Like, I mean, George Washington was a 6-foot redhead with lead teeth, and he was like our fucking hero. We were complete fucking idiots. And it was the spirit of freedom that moved us into preparation to being a superpower. That's what it was, the spirit of capitalism and free market trade and liberty that allowed us to outcompete the rest of the fucking world. And now the American empire is dying. And the reason the American empire is dying is because empires don't die in a day. They whimper out over generations. And what made us great is gone. And I want to remind people that what made us great were the very people that most of us have been taught to hate.
It's very, like, there's a couple things that are striking. Like, it's amazing to me. There's a lot of like stories of businessmen that busted their ass rags to riches and then lost it all and then end up reasonably successful. And it brings two things to mind. One that's sort of non-connected to sort of any political or economic system ramifications, but it's the thought that, you know, I've heard this thought experiment. If you equalized all money right now, right, all of it, pretty much you'd have the same people after 5 years that would be rich and the same people that would be poor. Right.
We could do reparations. We could do reparations for all black people tomorrow. And let's say it's $100,000. In 5 years, the same people would be in the same fucking place.
There might be a few outliers.
There'd be a couple outliers, right? That were just hungry for an opportunity, and then they were given that opportunity and they made something of it. But overwhelmingly, the streets that are the poor streets, the neighborhoods that are the poor neighborhoods, will be the exact same fucking lines they were before.
So there's that. And then there's this other thing. I think that there's this misnomer that everyone that's really rich is just sitting on their ass, right? And it's just like, oh, that's it. I just fucking am going out to yacht parties every day and I'm this unethical piece of shit. And they're just letting their money in a bank. But the reality is, even today, which I think we're bereft of ethical businessmen, most businessmen are putting their money places. They're taking chances. Right. And it's not, most of them have some sort of work ethic. It might not be out working on the farm. Right. But they're doing something. And I think that, like, you know, I remember Jordan Peterson.
You'd be fucking insane to want to be a CEO.
Yes.
Of a major Fortune 500 company. That is 80-hour a week minimum job.
It's
and
like
super stressful.
Listen, even in the little world that I'm in this little streaming world, I've been a dude that I finally, after being a wagey my entire life, was making just over $20 an hour before I left my job, working 80, 90 hours a week, right? I'm doing better streaming, right? I'm doing okay. But the idea, right? The idea that, do I want to do what it takes on this platform to be like some multimillionaire? I don't think I do. I think that I am happy in my life saying that I have enough going for me with my family and stuff, where I don't know that I want to be the dude working 90 hours a week, fucking with huge investments. Yeah, I see it there.
Yeah. So this is from 2020, right? Obviously, this has moved around a little bit. So this is the self-made score on the Forbes 400. So these are the 400 most wealthy people in America. Now, a score of 1 is a score of you were given all of your wealth from your parents. A score of 10 is absolute destitution. Now, the overwhelming majority of people on the Forbes 400 are a score of 8, 9, and then 7 and 10 are more common than 1 through 5.
I'm guessing 8 and 9. If I could guess, that's probably like lower middle class to middle class. That's probably what that means.
So 8, which is the most common, is self-made who came from a middle class or upper middle class. 9, which is the second most common, is self-made who came from a largely working class background rose from little to nothing. And then 10, which is still more popular than the 1 through 5 section, is grew up poor and also overcame significant obstacles. So this is, George Soros is one of those, and so is Oprah Winfrey.
Who do they have as the example for number 1? Is it Trump's 4 or 3 are there? I saw Dolby and Pritzker.
Yeah,
Really?
Donald Trump is for inherited fortune and increasing it in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Right. So 4 is still a score of again, none of these are self-made, right? That's what that would be. And then they consider 6 through 10 to be self-made. 6, there's only 10 of them, but 6 would be hired hand or hands-off investor who didn't create the business. But I mean, 7 through 10 is where most people are ending up, and that's
It's Bill Ackman, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's such
There's
a
this
misnomer.
lie. There's this crazy lie that the wealth is this thing that is inherited. Overwhelmingly what we find, and you see it with J.C. Penney's story, right? That by the second or third generation, all of the money is gone.
Yep. And
His grandchildren are rich, but they're not businessmen. They don't create anything. All they do is work with corrupt governments and Democrats and NGOs to fund their lifestyle and pat themselves on the back for pushing environmental racism is why we need to change Georgia blue. Just leftist bullshit organizations is where all that is.
Yeah,
and their kids, it'll be squandered.
They'll be worse. Yeah, they'll be worse off still. Until maybe you hear the story that a great-great-grandchild's inspired by the spirit, of the first successful entrepreneur in the family and pulls themselves up and does something great. But again, it's back to that mantra
It's
of
like there's
hard times create strong men, right?
Hard times create strong men is one. There's a Iraqi version of that same thing, and it's I ride a camel so that my son may drive a car, so that his son may ride in an airplane, so that his son may ride a camel.
Yeah. That's it too. It really, dude. And
I like that one better than the strong men create good. But you know what I mean. But it's kind of. I think that one more accurately depicts generational wealth and how it just kind of works and how the world falls apart after a while.
It's weird. It's if you ever thought of say that you broke big today, right? You have kids, correct? I'm correct about that.
Yeah, I have 2 children. Yeah.
Okay, so if you,
I don't talk about them a whole bunch,
right?
I don't want the fucking internet.
Of course, these fucking. But let's say
but
you
I have a
become
daughter
a billionaire.
and a son,
You start some startup or whatever. Through your hard work, you become a billionaire. It is a serious question as a parent, I think, how much do you endow upon your children? Because on one hand, I'm working primarily for my wife and my son, right? When I go, it's one of the things, I talked about this the other day. Who the fuck was it? Someone in the UK, some shitbad politician on that one political talk show that was
oh yeah,
100% inheritance tax.
It's yeah, I saw the same clip. Yeah.
What a fucking, one of the most grotesque things you can imagine. If anything, if you want to disincentivize work from productive people, the worst thing you could do is to take all of their inheritance. Because
there's somebody from the left. I think I think this stems from feminism, genuinely. And the reason I think this stems from feminism is that I think that the concept of masculinity has been so watered down, washed down, and demonized. And I would say that there are 3 types of masculinity. There is a lack of masculinity, there is toxic masculinity, and there's integrated masculinity.
right.
And so a lack of masculinity is, your soy boys, your neats, your people that do nothing, your very feminist people, right? Toxic masculinity, right? Or just I would rename it unintegrated, is somebody like Andrew Tate.
Right.
He's hyper masculine, right? But none of it is integrated. It's not integrated into a meaningful philosophy. There's no purpose behind it. It's
Get money, get laid.
Right. It's masculinity for masculinity's sake, right? And of course, Andrew Tate is better than a neat. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's of course, a wealthy man who, abuses women and children, and because, and things of that nature, and, is very fit and is very violent. Of course, all of that is more attractive than a feminist soy boy that goes to the pro-choice protests with you and is those other guys don't understand the importance of, what I mean? Of course he's better than that, right? But what I think has happened is the the left is so turned off by masculinity that they're incapable of understanding integrated masculinity, right? That kind of that old Japanese phrase of like, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Right.
Right. It's like they don't recognize that men fight and they seek something to fight for. They fight for their daimyo, they fight for their nation, they fight for their family and things like that. And that because all of that has been demonized as a category, there's this lack of understanding of men go out there and kill themselves to provide for their family, to
Right.
provide for their wife, to provide for their children. And self-sacrifice is evil as far as I'm concerned. That's where we're going to divulge from the Christians. You know, I think it should be a give or take. I think it should be transactional. But I still view all of that as not a sacrifice, because I view that as a means to which of securing your legacy, of securing not happiness in the hedonistic sense, but in the, you know, Nicomachean ethics sense from Aristotle, right? Eudaimonia, right? Like this idea of like, I don't know what happiness is until the day I die and I look back on my life and I see a life well lived that created great things for me and my family and my legacy. And so with all of that clouded, they can't understand the man that fights and produces so that his family can have that wealth, so that his family can have that, so that he can make a mark on the world that is, you know, so that he can pass a torch on to his children and they can continue to carry that torch into making the world and their life and their family a better place. They have no concept of that, because the moment they butt up against the masculinity at all, it's an evil force.
Imagine a Bernie Sanders back in the day looking at him. If we adjust for inflation, all of these Bernie bros and shit, there shouldn't be allowed to be billionaires. Imagine saying that in all the great philanthropic works that Penny did there. They'd be saying, why are you working more? What do you need more money for? Just stop. Stop working hard. Stop going.
How much do you need, you greedy bastard?
Despite the fact that
why are you going out and starting these farms where you can profit? You're exploiting the tenant farmer by buying up the means of production and, you know, which is their farm, and then forcing them into this coercive relationship. How dare you?
Meanwhile, Bernie's got a sports car and's flying first class, and Penny's riding a subway until he's 70. You know, and like,
it just go. That's why I want to tell these stories, because they're great men of the past that I think we need to tell these stories, because I think we need to understand what we were. Mm-hmm. And I think there's so many Americans have been beaten down, especially white men, have been beaten down by a narrativization of America that they're just disillusioned with the very concept of it. Instead of recognizing we used to be great. And it's the genius of MAGA, right? Is make America great again. Is that we used to be great, and we've lost that. And there's so much demoralization and so much propaganda and so much bullshit about our past that we're supposed to be constantly shamed by our past. And it's like, no, fuck you. We have done insane, amazing things in our past. And the reason we don't anymore, and this is the libertarian in me, right, is socialism. It really, like, I all roads lead to Rome. Fucking, well, when you're talking to an ANCAP, all roads lead to socialism. Maybe a univariate analysis isn't the best thing to do, but I don't give a fuck. All right? I'm gonna 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon this shit if I have to, because it is a major part of the problem, and that's why I want to tell the stories of what capitalism used to be in our history.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I think the last thing I'll say on this is, there's a lot of what you're describing, Penny, there, of people I know in my real life that maybe aren't wealthy, but this, like, you know, I hope everyone, maybe not, I'm subjective, right? I had the grandpa that drove the piece of shit car his whole life, even though he had more money, right? That fucking never wanted to retire. He wanted to keep working. You know,
most wealthy people are like that today, by the way.
Yeah,
like,
it's certainly
like that's another thing too about wealth, is like you're bombarded by the media with consumerism that is designed to sell a veneer of unattainable wealth. Like, wealthy people don't drive BMWs.
They're not flash
They
and
might,
bling.
if they have an old one.
Yeah.
You know what wealthy people drive? They drive fucking Volvos.
Yep.
You want to know? You want to see a rich person? See a person in a 2022 Volvo SUV. Most of you people probably don't even realize that's a luxury car. It's just not an ostentatious luxury car. They don't flaunt their fucking wealth.
Yep. That's what they always say. Like, you see new money or people that are just pseudo wealthy. They're flash and bling and stuff. You see a true wealthy person walking down the road, and they're well dressed, but it ain't with, their entire outfit costs $200. It's like, it's not like gaudy or anything like that. But yeah, I mean,
I did know some real wealthy people, and he put me on game to like some of the stores they shop at, and I was like, $100 for a pair of pants I've never heard of? That's ridiculous. He was like, just buy one, trust me. And then I bought one, and I still have them.
There you go.
Really fucking comfortable. And I was like, oh, there's two types of really expensive clothing. There's expensive clothing that falls apart because it's fast fashion. And then there's clothing that is just designed to be comfortable and last and look decent. And nobody knows the fucking brand. And that's exactly how the rich people want it.
Well, let me tell you something real quick about my wealth situation. I'm making so much money now, I could actually afford to get a haircut once a month, which is a new thing for me. So $15, quick. I don't have much to work with here, but and then the other thing I said, I want to be so wealthy that I never have to wear the same pair of socks twice. It could be the Walmart cheapo brands. Would that be great?
You know what money I want? I want to go out to eat or drink and not worry about how much it costs. That's it. That's all I want.
Yep. And you're
I just
not
wanna be able to
intentionally
go to a restaurant
going
and be like, how much is the steak?
Right.
How much is the porterhouse? That's all I want to be able to go is like, I have go out money. You know what I mean? I'll worry about it when the bill comes. That's all the money I want. I don't need any more money than that. But
I'm the same way. That's what
you're asking me to start going to a black barber shop.
Yeah. I want enough.
I'm serious.
Money. Yeah. I want enough money.
Politics too. Like, put your ear to the ground. You'll learn some shit.
I want enough money, like you said. Not that you're intentionally going out, like, oh, I'm looking for the wealthiest restaurants, but yeah, you could go anywhere.
But if you happen to go out, you're not like, fucking, how much is that drink?
You go out with your friends and you can pick up the tab. It's not a fucking big deal. Like, that's it. That's all I want. I don't want a fucking mansion. I want a house where the roof's not leaking. Like, that's it, But
apparently someone knows wealthy people, and I'm super far off. Apparently all the wealthy people
they're all the same.
Are wearing Louis Vuitton. All of them.
Of course. You're misleading. Well, just like
I know some wealthy people. I know the guy that invented this little tiny mechanism that he holds a patent for, and this little mechanism is necessary for every nuclear plant. And that dude is absurdly fucking wealthy.
There was this, like, back through the woods in between the little town I grew up in and then that town I was telling you, Clarion, that had the JCPenney and shit. You take this back road through the woods and there's this beautiful, like, I don't know how to explain it other than like almost a log. I don't want to say mansion, but it's probably 6-7 bedrooms, right? And I was always told that the gentleman that lived there was a ridiculous millionaire and he invented some sort of machine that helped pack coffee. That's it. Like, he invented some part or some machine that had to do with putting coffee, not like the air sealing, but like putting coffee in the can.
Oh,
and
man,
it's like,
the
isn't it
ANCAP
amazing?
in me is getting mad. I fucking hate IP so much right now.
Well,
all the
loves
absurdly
it.
wealthy people we know just invented one little fucking doodad.
Now
Fuck these people.
Smoking Cuban cigars like, fuck you, pores. How do you like that? Yeah.
Oh, wages.
Yeah. Well, hey, Fabian, I'll let you go. So as we're speaking, I'm debating Destiny. I'm debating Destiny tomorrow. And the prick, someone told me he's been up for like the past 3 hours researching for his debate with me. So tomorrow it's on Russiagate and whether or not here's the actual topic. They changed the wording. It is Obama guilty of lawfare and is Trump admitting lying, having to do with like sort of Russiagate. That second part's worded humorously, right? Like, is Trump admitting lying?
I'm so fucking happy you do this shit. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I like debating, but like this fucking here's the problem I have with debating the left. Okay? The main tactic of people like Destiny and the left in general that I think a lot of them online have learned this tactic from Destiny. It's what I like to call weaponized stupidity.
Yeah.
And what they do is they pretend like whatever you're saying is crazy or whatever you're saying doesn't make sense. Then they get you to re-explain yourself 7 times and they poke jabs at you the entire time. And then you're the boring nerd. And then what ends up happening is you explain it 7 different ways. And then on the 7th time, you say something that's wrong. And the reason you said something wrong is because they pretended like what you were saying was crazy. So you had to try 7 different ways of saying it. And then they attack you on how you're wrong. And then they get a dub because you said the wrong thing. And then you get into this nitty gritty shit. And I'm just sitting here like, they're all fucking corrupt, lying sacks of shit. They're all fucking doing evil shit constantly. Half of them don't know what their own government is doing. Like Donald Trump fucking told them to pull out of Syria and then it just didn't happen. And then they bragged about it. Like the idea that we get into the nitty gritty of like what is or isn't lawfare. Oh, well, that's your definition of law. Well, what's your definition? Well, I'm going to make you redefine lawfare 4 times. And then your definition's actually retarded. And I get this dub. And then they farm clips off of like getting you to say the wrong thing. But they did it because they acted like a fucking idiot the whole time. That shit drives me up a fucking wall. And that's why when someone's like, hey, do you want to debate someone on this specific on shit like that? I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. I'll do a panel. And on the panel, I'm just going to talk about the big issues. Cause like this nitty gritty shit gets so it's like what happened with you, right? Like where you debated Destiny for like 7 fucking hours. And then you showed a thing from AI. And then they were like, oh, I got the dub. And it's just like, and then now the whole fact that you were getting cooked the entire fucking debate doesn't matter because you were, well, you kind of fucked up on that one. Let's be honest. But
well, no. I will defend myself. So here's the whole story behind that in the 30 seconds.
I know the whole story. All right. But if other people need to hear it,
I was transparent with Destiny and everyone else. I literally was on vacation and worked 2 weeks straight. Right. And so I told Destiny going to that debate, I've done 0 research. Destiny and Pisco and all them have this niche definition of what insurrection is by these dudes, Bowden Paulson, right? And so they wrote this big paper explaining it. I didn't read the fucking paper. I told all of them that. I said it in the debate. But what these slimy fucks did, and Bowden Paulson, by the way, I fucked with that Bode guy on X, right? Over and over and over again because his definition of insurrection, guess what, motherfucker? Right now in Portland tonight when they're attacking the ICE facility, that's an insurrection, motherfucker. Oh, where you at, William Bode? You're so serious about insurrections. Where you at tonight, motherfucker? But he's been...
It's Saul Alinsky, right? Saul Alinsky, rule number 4, I believe. Like, force your opponent to adhere to their own set of principles.
Yep.
I'm paraphrasing, but it's rule number 4 from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, right? They don't give a fuck about any of these principles, but they know that you have principles, so they're going to hammer the fuck out of you on your principles, and then they're just going to conveniently not give a fuck when someone else does it. That's exactly what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yes.
Right? Is that all the shit that Trump does is evil, but all the shit that Obama did was actually fine and cool.
Yeah, and so...
Because Destiny doesn't have any fucking principles.
You're absolutely right.
Fuck that pedo hunter piece of shit. I hope he stubs his shit out of his... No, not allegedly. Motherfucker admitted that he's like maintaining fucking CSAM on his computer.
Did he admit it? Wow. I knew that he...
And now he's trying to cope and say that he doesn't have it on his computer. Hey, motherfucker, it would have been really simple. You could have just been like, oh yeah, it was sent to me. As soon as I learned, I put it on an external hard drive and gave it to my lawyer. No, he's fucking taking screenshots of it. But actually, see, the screenshot was from a previous... Shut the fuck up, you creepy, gross motherfucker. Even if you never fucked or had CP, you're still targeting fucking 18, 19-year-old girls at 36. You're a goddamn degenerate creep. I fucking... Ugh.
Yeah. But...
I'm not debating Destiny, for the record. I had an opportunity. I was reached out. I agreed to one. I learned about this situation. I was like, hey, I can't do this. I'm not going to be on screen with the fucker. I don't care if it gets me more views. Like, fuck. And because if I'm on screen with the motherfucker, I'm not debating the topic. I'm talking about him being a creepy, gross degenerate. Every single motherfucking streamer in this space knows a girl that Destiny tried to fuck and was creepy and weird in her DMs. All of us do.
I debated it. I debated in my head whether or not I should talk to him. I think for me, the big reason is because he moves the needle politically. And he's still going to be pushed by the Democrats, or at least by groups that are going to use him to push this shit. And the argument that'll be
you can make an edited video with a title of him being a creep and just shit on his ideas, and then talk about how much of a creep he is as much as you want in that video, and it works as well too. But I feel you. I understand why you're doing it. I'm not judging you for doing it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about myself. I have a daughter, and my life changed when my son was born, but it's not the same as when my daughter was born afterwards. Okay. And when, and from that moment on, my life stopped being about what I am and about how can I create a world that doesn't hurt my little girl. That's that. And any man that has a daughter that loves his children, I have a son. It's cool. I love him to death. It's different. It just is. And that's the type of motherfucker that I'm going to have to worry about my daughter in fucking 12 years. When she's 16 or 17, that's the type of motherfucker that's trying to use his clout and his fame to fucking get her to do shit that she shouldn't be doing, that she's half dumb because she's a teenager on the internet. Fuck that piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, hey, man. That aside, thank you so much for the presentation tonight. What are you working on soon? Like, what's your streaming schedule and like, what do you got big coming up?
Oh, tomorrow I'm going to be on Wix panel about the chorus thing. Whatever. It'll be fun.
For those that don't know, the chorus things, the sort of allegations that there was dark money going into left-wing streamers like David Pakman and other people.
Allegations is a funny way of putting what is just obviously true.
Well, yes. I guess what it hinges on
the
is
allegations are whether or not they controlled their speech.
Correct. That's what I mean. They certainly were getting the money.
Bullshit.
They all agree with that, right? Yes.
Yeah. Saturday, I should be on a panel with a bunch of ANCAPs. That should be Liquid Zulu, Praxbin, Monarcho Harpian. We're going to look at that Patrick
Bet David.
Yeah, whatever the fuck his name is. PBD on Jubilee and
with
stuff.
all the commies. It's a good one.
Yeah, just because we were like, dude, no, we need real capitalist arguments in here. Like, people don't understand. He doesn't understand communism at all. And
but it was funny. I will say it was funny to watch him every single time they'd bitch. He'd be like, I'll give you a job. No. I'll pay. I'll send you to a fucking doctor. No.
Yeah,
I'll send you to
that's
a
true.
country.
Fuck you money, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, fuck
It's
you money is
$500
I'll
million.
pay to fucking send you to a communist country and revoke your citizenship just to prove a point.
And give them $20,000 cash on top of it, which would probably make you rich in fucking half the economic countries. But
Admiral Gibbs and I are working on something. I don't want to announce it yet, but it's probably almost certainly going to be on Tuesdays. And then I'm working on trying to get somebody answered my fucking DMs and then ghosted me, but big people do that sometimes because their DMs get full of slop. So I'm not mad about it. And then hopefully next week I should be scheduling something to talk with Tranpaw again, who's Buck Angel. We DM from time to time, just to talk about trans issues and things of that nature. Updated for 2025, right? Because I had this panel with Buck Angel and Blair White and a bunch of other famous D-trans and trans people. And, Blair White laughed at me, just absolutely laughed at me. Like, what was it, maybe about 3 years ago, when I said, hey, you got to be fucking careful aligning with the right, because we've got to push a proper philosophy on this. We've got to push proper ideas, because most right-wingers, I'm telling you, they're about to turn fascistic. They're about to start hating Jews. They're going to go in and they're going to fucking say, all of this degeneracy I'm getting rid of. I don't care what it is. I'll get rid of all your fucking rights. I don't care. And she was like, oh, the left are the ones that are crazy. And I'm like, well, it's 2025 now. Let's fucking, how's that looking now that you're moving back to California, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, so I'm about to talk with him. So I've got some stuff cooking, but I'm not a big guy like you. It's hard for me to get interviews sometimes. And
well, you
like
let me know if you ever want. I certainly look. People think because I work with Andrew, my philosophy, I don't know if you share this, is I started a job with the Crucible. I ain't asking them for shit. Right. So the idea that people ask me, can you reach out and have Andrew or someone at the Crucible get you in touch with? No, I can't. Right. Because I'm not doing that for myself. Because for me, that's like, no, maybe I bust my ass for 2 years working for the Crucible and I'm like, hey, look at the results I'm getting. By the way, I noticed you're on Piers Morgan's show. Can you throw in a word for me? I'd like to be on that show. That might happen way down the road, but I ain't doing that shit.
I didn't mean like because Andrew. I meant like when you have the larger your audience is, the easier it is to get people. And it's just a thing. And it's not even like, oh, these people are all clout chasers or whatever. It's just, you're more likely to get noticed. Like these people, like a lot of the interviews and stuff people want you to get They have hundreds of fucking DMs to go through. And
Yep.
if they have no idea who you are, they're not going to spend 6 hours a day going through their DMs, reading all these paragraphs of people hoping to fucking get them on their show. But I mean, it's happened. I'm working, you know, I'm got my autoimmune disease under control recently. And so my health is a lot different. So I have a lot more energy to invest. So I appreciate you guys. I'd appreciate any subs or follows.
Yeah, we'll get your channels out there, and I hope that people go over. Look, even let me sell Fabian here for a second. For those of you that are Christian nationalists, right? You should be listening to alternative points of views, even if you don't think it'll change your mind. You don't want to get into a bubble, particularly with people that aren't necessarily like out to fucking get you and are scumbags that are like, so you should be listening to other perspectives. So
yeah, right. Like if my political ideology wins, you know, what we'll do not use the government against you. Oh no.
Yeah. Yep. So, all right, Fabian, I always appreciate it. Thank you so much. And hopefully we'll talk soon.
All right, peace.
Take it easy. This is fun, man. It was a lot of fun. Now, I got a lot to take. Now, I just happened to check over to Catmere. Like, what is Catmere? Thank you so much for the donations, but I checked Tom Fullery's channel and you donated over there and you said on Rob Noerr's channel now, this debate in your channel will be good. Looking like he's expecting it to be a 2v1, you and Destiny versus him. Where did I say that? I didn't say that. In fact, I think the opposite. Or I said the opposite. I feel like last time Tom moderated a debate for me was very fair. So I think Tom's probably going to be aware. I think Tom's smart enough to know that he doesn't want to burn a bridge, not with me. I don't think he would give a shit about that, but that he wants to be seen as an impartial moderator. And I think that that'll be the case. Anything could happen. My guess is that Tom will be on the side of Destiny. He'll want Destiny to win, but I don't think it'll be. I'm expecting it to be a fairly moderated debate. So I hope that Tom doesn't get the wrong impression. I'm going to go to the restroom and fill up my water, and then we're going to go back and we're going to bullshit. I do have a hard out at 2 a.m., so you'll have to forgive me for that, but I can stick around till then. How we doing on our goal? 51%. We'll do all right. We'll try to get to the goal here. So 1 second, I'll be right back. And I have a question for my audience too. So, all right, before I get to the audience question, right? I really want to, once more, I know Fabian's gone, but I want to put his link out there one more time. I think it's incredibly generous for him to come over here. And you can tell he put a lot of work into that presentations. And so please, even if you don't think you'll ever listen to Fabian, please head over there and give him a sub. It would help him out just to get a sub. I recommend listening to him. I think Fabian's one of the people I like to listen to. I don't agree with Fabian with everything. He definitely isn't everyone's cup of tea. I get that, but I'll admit that a show like tonight's a little self-indulgent because I like that stuff. I know that my audience probably isn't as interested because a lot of you are ANCAPs and a lot of you maybe don't want sort of a deep dive type lecture like that. And I respect that. But Fabian's a dude that I'm rooting for and I want to see do well. And so I don't give a shit. I like talking to him. So I hope that my audience can understand that. It's not that I'm going to make my channel every day be that sort of thing, but I think it's interesting, and I learned that way. And I knew next to nothing about Penny before today, and so I think it was very enjoyable for me. So I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I hope you did as well. And maybe we don't have as many people watching right now as we would if I was doing a debate or something like that. But I hope you appreciate. I like to mix it up here and there. So that's number one. The question I'll get to in a second, but first, let's read super chats that I didn't get to. Unforced Ego, thank you so much, you absolute legend. $50 said this dude rules. I don't know if you're talking about Penny or Fabian, but both accounts correct. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. Always great to hear from you. John Smith, $5, says, ask him about Argy Letourneau. Hopefully he took that to heart because I saw what you were saying there, John, about him, and he sounds like a very interesting guy. Rouge for $10 says, Epstein files have been released, trying to DL it now. More files were released this evening? I know yesterday they released some, but that's interesting. Obviously, I haven't been paying attention because I was talking to Fabian. FDNY, $5 says, I got here late and have no idea what's going on, but here's a little fat guy beard tariff for the fat guy beard gang. Thank you so much. And then Jess White gives not 1, 2, 3, 4, but 5 $1 donations. Great to hear from you, Jess. Thank you so much. Catmere, first $10 says, for the Spider Farm. Also, when if you go in tomfoolery, tear into him as much as Destiny. We'll see. We'll see how the moderation goes. I expect it to be reasonable, like I said. But yeah, I'll tear into him if it gets to that point. Catmere again, $10 says, also, can you get Mystery to unban me on the Crucible? For a right-winger, he could be soft. No, that's not an ask I'm going to make. Moderation decisions over in the Crucible have nothing to do with me, and I'm not going to personally get involved in any of those. That's no personal offense to you or anything like that. That's out of my purview. Catmere for another $10 says Destiny's on Tomfoolery show now, prepping for the debate. I don't think that's happening. I think that Destiny's prepping for the debate, and Tom was just checking in by screenshotting his screen. Nico Pluto, $5 says, you entertaining Destiny. I'm done. Okay. Thanks so much for the $5. I don't know what to say. I understand that this is a perspective that people have. Look, I guess I could talk about this one more time. I don't know. Everyone can make their own decision on this. I understand by talking to him that I am potentially alienating some people in my base. That's okay. I'm not on the whole deplatforming train. That's fine if you are and you think that it's immoral for me to talk to Destiny. Perfectly fine if you think that way. And if you're done, totally understand it. I've talked about this at great length, why I'm doing this. I don't know what else to say. So thanks for being here while you were, Nico. Legends Reign, $2 says, that was a good one. Love Fabian. I was in tears. Thank you, man. It was a lot of fun. And Catmere, another 10, says, if I misunderstood you saying it was going to be Tom 2v1, then my bad. I apologize. Don't worry, Tom's a good sport. Yeah. I'm not worried at all. And Catmere, another 10, says, thought you implied he'd pile on. Again, my bad. I rewatched to make all the corrections needed with Tom. Don't worry about it. Maybe I did say something of that nature. I don't know. Nico, we'll see you later, man. You don't need to keep announcing you're done. Goodbye. We'll see you. Thanks so much. Right? If you're really that ethically opposed to it, then you'll just leave. Goodbye. See ya. Sorry to lose you. I don't know what to say. Goodbye. Yeah, I know. Sad tears too. It's like, how did you not know about that stuff? So, there's nothing I like more than people announcing that they're about to do something. Then do it. Oh, the whip wheel. I'll get to it in a second. I promise we'll grift here. I have one more question before we get to that. Nico, you might as well. If Trump wins, I'm leaving the country. Oh, he won. I'm leaving. I'm leaving X. That's it. I'm so mad that Elon about I'm leaving X. Stop posting about it and leave. See you later, Nico. I don't know what to say. Fuck off, I guess. See ya. All right. One question I had, and I don't know if the audience will know an answer to this. I think, seeing as how Destiny's making a mistake of currently right now broadcasting his prep work for the debate tomorrow, that it would be intelligent of me to try to watch that and see what his prep work was, right? Wouldn't that make sense? But I also know that when the live stream ends, Destiny's video will probably go offline. So is there a way to save that stream so that I'd be able to watch it tomorrow? Is that possible? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Oh, Imaginarium's recording it. I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. But I'll be damned. He puts them in the Stream VODs playlist. Where? Stream VODs then on list. Stream VODs playlist on YouTube. And are also on Kick. Okay. Well, then maybe I'll check that out a little tomorrow. Big mistake. All right. We'll grift for the rest of Under the Playlist tab. All right. Yeah, cool. I'll check that out tomorrow. Like I said, Smart of Destiny. It's funny. Isn't it real funny? Everyone that says, all of the Destiny supporters that say, I'm such a shit debater. I wonder why his entire stream tonight's preparing for me while I'm bringing on Fabian to talk about shit. I wonder why. Nonetheless, good on him. He's smart to prepare. I think he should. We'll grift the rest of the night. 2 o'clock, I have a meeting with someone unrelated to my debate tomorrow. So, let's see. All right. Whip wheel for $50. Now, we'll count the Australian $50. Why not? Here we go. $20. Did I miss any $20 donations? No. $50, you could request a song from the whip wheel. We'll do it now. So we get to spin this wheel. Whatever song plays, that's the one we play. Oh, wow. Well, there you have it. Don't let it be the crazy one. When do I sleep? Not much lately. Next week, I'm going to have meetings till 5, 6 in the morning preparing for other debates. Then I have to be up probably around 7:30 to take my son to school. Then from there, I have a haircut at 9. And then I'm going to come back and do a bunch of prep work for other debates. And then hopefully find time to eat lunch / dinner and do some sort of prep work for my debate with Destiny. But I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, winner, the Disney song. Enjoy the Disney version of the whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay.
There you go. Everybody understands the stupid ass whip wheel. HN $5 says, I have to walk my dog, so good night, but the stream VOD will be on Kick, not YouTube. Thanks, HN. Appreciate it, man. Susan Griffith $5 says, this is very Greatest Showman. But anyway, get some left, right sleep. I will, to the best of my ability. Like I said, I'm with you guys until 2 because I have a meeting then. Gotcha. 1 second. I got something to do of importance. Oh, the stupid update to fucking Windows 11. Oh, I can't find anything now. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. That'll do nicely. Nice. The whip never bothered me anyway. That was the best version. I'm glad you like it. So the rules are $20 will get a regular whip song. $50 gets you a wheel play. Or you could just pick one of the songs for $100. Yeah, we need 113 to hit the goal. I enjoy doing streams like it's ironic. The more I think that we're doing sort of inch. By the way, we're at 69%. What? Huh? Pretty clever, huh? By the way, is Andrew still going over on the Crucible? Yes, he is. Nice. Let me check something real quick on X. Okay. I was looking to see if something was announced publicly that I happen to know about, and I don't think it is. Well, you normal folks won't get to know what I know then until it's announced. But now you won't know it because I'm not announcing it right now. See how that works? Makes sense? I hope so. Got a bunch of details up here. So, yeah. Well, we got a half hour. What do people want to talk about? We could grift for money. It'd be nice to get to $357. Or we could call this man Austin Hall. Tell him he's won tonight. Womp womp. I'll say this, man. I'm going to sleep like a fucking baby tomorrow night. I'm telling you, I am. I got so much work coming up. It's crazy. I did announce that... I didn't say it's Timcast. It's not that. I did announce that next week I will be doing the extravaganza show prep, production, and co-hosting with Andrew Wilson from Monday through Thursday over there on Crucible, or on the Crucible's channel on Rumble. And then, so I won't be doing the daytime call-in show Monday through Thursday because that show's going to be from 5 to 6. Then I'm going to immediately stream after 6 o'clock to hopefully pick up some of that audience that'll come over to my channels. And it should be a good deal. So it's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be different time schedule Monday through Thursday. So that'll be a lot of work. Then I have my anniversary Saturday where I'm heading out to a casino with my wife. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And then, tomorrow it's just, I'm not talking a lot of what's going on. Suffice it to say, there are 3 separate debates that aren't mine that I'm working on, research, what have, and all of those have a time crunch, and all of those came up soon, pretty recently. So it's not like I've put it off. It's sort of, so it's interesting, normally, had Fabian not been coming on tonight, we'd have probably did some research for some of that other shit. But we set up, I already fucked up. Last week, Fabian wanted to come on and I missed his message. So I certainly didn't want to reschedule it this week. And I'm glad I didn't because I really enjoyed talking to him. But it definitely is, it's definitely a situation where, you know, I'm going to have to bust my ass tomorrow. It's going to be a full fucking day, man. By the time I'm done streaming at like midnight or whatever it is tomorrow night, I'm going to be ready for bed. I definitely am. We're going to go through on adrenaline and energy rush drink. That's what we're going to power through on. So suffice it to say, even if we have a small dedicated group of people that stuck it around through tonight, which I am mucho appreciative of. Thank you, by the way, for the anniversary well wishes. Let's try to get to our goal of $357 because I got 25 minutes left with you. In 25 minutes, I do have an important meeting where I'll be discussing debate strategy with someone. Clue, it won't be Andrew Wilson. It's someone else. So, clicking some things, getting some sources ready for tomorrow, if you'll forgive me. I know you will, because you guys are great. What's up, Otis Dripwood? I see you over there in Rumble. It's always great to see you over there. I know you'll all forgive me for trying to get a head start a little bit. Did I say I'm going to the casino for my anniversary? Yeah, so we're going to this casino up towards New York. It's like on an Indian reservation. The reason we decided to do that, neither my wife and I are big gamblers, but probably about 7-8 years ago for around our anniversary, we went up with some friends to this casino, stayed in a hotel, ate dinner there and everything, and we had a pretty good time. So we thought it would be something cool. We don't have a lot of time to go somewhere that would take a long time, so it's somewhere we could drive to. It's only a couple hours away. We enjoyed it. It's a little bit, it's not in a city. It's a nicer hotel. It's not super expensive. I think it's 200 something bucks a night, but still nicer than just like going to a Holiday Inn or something. And so, yeah, that's why we decided neither of us are big gamblers. We'll probably each piss away 200 bucks gambling. That'll be about that. But yeah, that's the plan. Win big money. We'll see. I'm going to hit it big at the Indian casino, and then I'll show everyone I'll be a hero of capitalism. Thank you. I preached the anniversary well wishes. Should be a lot of fun. So what can I do for you all to raise $113? Norpac, yeah. Poetic Noble Land Mermaid. Happy researching. Night, everyone. Night, Susan. Yeah, we need to hit our goal so that this prick Austin Hall can't declare victory this fine evening. What do I have to do? That's not right. A backflip. Well, then I'm not getting the money. It's not happening. Call me Cash Penny. Yeah. What a badass middle name. James Cash Penny. Kretzko, $10 says, Rob, this Germany unaliving of political opposition is insane. How many more will they find dead? It's actually scary at this point. Will their normies even care? I don't know. What are we up to? 7? The last I checked this morning. For those who don't know, AfD is the right-wing party that's sort of anti-migration party in Germany. They're smeared as far right. There's been all sorts of legal attacks against them. And now they're having local elections, and the AFD is polling pretty well. And 7 of their politicians have mysteriously died. 7 of them. Well, I don't want to say mysteriously. We don't know the details of how they died, but at least the first 6, we were told it was, quote, unexpected death. So it wasn't like they were terminally ill. It's crazy. I don't know. We'll see if the normies wake up to it. Susan Griffith, $5 says Austin's my family name, but I'll fight against him. Well, thank you, Susan. Really appreciate it. Mm-hmm. It's third world shithole levels. I remember when the 6 Capitol police officers passed away. Yeah. 19 minutes till my meeting. Man, I feel myself tired right now, but it's too late in the night to drink an energy drink. I'm trying to think how to break my time. Do you guys do this? This is going to be the most uninteresting stream you've ever heard here coming up, right? So I have 3 different debates I need to work on that arguably need to be completed, my portion of it, we'll say by 5 o'clock tomorrow. So how do I break this up? Haircut at 9, back home by 10. So 10 o'clock, what if I do 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours? 10 to 12, 12 to 2, 2 to 4. That gives me roughly 2 hours to eat, talk to my son, and prepare for this debate with Destiny. I think it's doable. 2 hours per debate. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we are exactly $100 away. Now, I'll remind people, $50 to spin the whip wheel and play one of the new versions of the whip song, or $100 to just pick the one you want. How about that? You won't find a better deal than that, other than anything worth any sort of value whatsoever in the world. But other than that, right? Remove the 4-minute crazy. I can't. Rules are rules. Good night, Crisco. Yes, Mad Nat. I'll be debating Russiagate with Destiny tomorrow. Much to the chagrin of some of my supporters, I guess. It's unfortunate. But I understand people reservations about talking to certain people. I get it. I have my reasons. Yeah, we only have 15 minutes left. Absolutely correct. Let's see how this is going. Shit, did I? What did I do here? Well, it looks like my meeting may have fell through. Interesting. That's interesting. That's an interesting development. See you next time on Dragon Ball Z. Oh, man, EOD. What's happening, man? EOD raid! Oh, we got to be on our best behavior now. We can't fuck around now. Let's see. I was supposed to have EOD. I was supposed to have a meeting with someone at 2 o'clock. It looks like now that's not going to happen. Oh, man. Blasterbot. $50. Says Timatism is a religion of peace. Timat. All right, here we go. Oh, I forget I hope it's the 8-bit one just to piss Imaginarium off at this point. Oh, it's gonna be new metal. Tiamat. Whatever. Blasterbot, thank you so much. We're almost to our goal. The patron dragon of chromatics. Wow. See that? You learn something new every day with EOD around. New metal. All right. Here we go. Maybe. New metal. Reggae, Gregorian, 8-bit, Disney, metal. Of course, the new metal ones. Is this the one I don't have? Of course. Music. I'm struggling because this one, of course. This is the only one I didn't download, so I gotta go to Suno. All right, give me a second. All right. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Coming up. I hear you, Mad Nad. Absolutely. With that reframing.
Well, there's a way. There's a way.
This one makes me laugh.
There's a way. Well, there's a whip. Well, there's a way. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. Why left? Right. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We gotta march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. Wait. There's a way. Well, there's a whip. Wait. There's a way. There's a whip. Right, left, right, left. Well, there's a whip. Right, left, right, left. Right. We're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and marvel. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a will with a will. There's a way. There's a will with a will. There's a way. Right, left, right.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see it? Did you see that? Here, let's see if we get back. Wait, why? Turns out the person that I'm debating is also going to use AI to prove his point. What will his arguments be? He thinks there was an effort made by him. Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Huh. Hashtag it's different, right? Let's see where I wonder where he started using it, where he typed that out.
GPT. Jesus Christ. The FBI had no business opening Crossfire Hurricane. He'll cite Durham's conclusion that the investigation was launched with inadequate predication and heavy confirmation bias. Well, this isn't related to our debate tomorrow, no? All of this stuff postdates any ICA reporting.
Oh, the Crucible rating coming. Well, they'll like this. Let's leave it up. Sometimes you just get mana straight into your veins. Shit. We don't care if there's a raid or not. Crucible, if you rated, thanks. If you came in from the Crucible, thanks. Really appreciate it. Whoo! Did I finally lose it? Well, you see, Destiny's preparing for his debate with me tomorrow. He's chosen to use a very interesting sort. In prep work for his debate with me. Now, you may find this shocking. You may find it shocking. By the way, I'll get you blasted, but I promise. You may be shocked by this. It turns out that Destiny is currently using ChatGPT. Oh, man. All right. We've had our fun. Woo! Wow. Unbelievable. For those that don't know, Destiny rage quit on me because I used AI at one point. I have to take a picture of that. I absolutely have to. Yeah, see, he rage quit and blacklisted me because allegedly I used AI. That was his claim. So interesting then that his prep work includes going to AI. Whew. Oh man. Did you ever see that? The meme here, I'll show you. Here, this is it. This is my notes on this. Here's what I have to say. Destiny, I happened to check over real quick, and he's using ChatGPT to prep for the debate with me after blacklisting me for allegedly using ChatGPT. What are the chances? I was just closing tabs. Someone said they were like, Destiny's preparing for you. So I was just going through tabs, closing tabs, and I click. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? That's Chat GPT. Oh man! By the way, boys, we hit our goal. Everyone, go! Oh man! Christopher Scott, $5. Thank you so much, man. Always appreciate it. And then Blasterbot. The dino riding paladin is named Jim Jensen after the guy who discovered the Utah Raptor. Well, here's the aforementioned dino riding paladin. Look at that. Jim Jensen, there he is. And also, a $50 donation does get you a spin of the whip wheel. Let's see what fun whip song we're playing now. Yay! It's pop punk. You win, Blaster Boy. I hope it's everything you ever dreamed of. Pop punk whip song. Whip 182.
There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, 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 nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Whoa, whoa,
Whoa. No freebies here. Ha! The rap version has not been played yet. It was last night when it was created. But 100 there's a whole fucking buffet of new whip songs. If you missed the stream last night, we went through a whole bunch of them. So if you want to pick a specific one of the new 9 whip songs from the list there, you got to pay $100. See, even Radical Coder liked it. Radical Coder liked that song, and his taste is usually so bad. I hear he likes to put ketchup on steak. So there. Yeah, the rap one we haven't heard. So if you pick $100, you could pick your favorite. Otherwise, $50 spins the wheel. Of course, Ryan liked it. Oh shit, I'm tired. Yeah, Joseph, you're right. I got my point backwards there. Radical Coder's taste is awesome, and he liked that song. So, who puts ketchup on steak? Trump. I'd put ketchup on a steak. Did you ever have those? We weren't a big steak family growing up. We were pretty poor. But you got those, we called them steak ums. They're like the little shaved steak. Throw like some fucking American cheese slice on there, a little bit of ketchup. And then if you're really fancy, a couple of cooked onions. Oh, that's a meal, baby. $20 original whip song, yeah. Man. What a big day I have tomorrow of fucking research. I'm excited though, man. I fucking love it. I love it. I got a debate. I got fucking 3 people that I'm prepping debates for. Bam! I love it. Feed it in, baby. It looks like my meeting I was supposed to have tonight at 2 a.m. isn't going to happen. So if donations don't start rolling in, it's okay. It's okay. I could leave, get some sleep, hit the morning running. Maybe not a bad plan. Steakums, yeah. Is that what people called them? Like shaved? I think it was the brand was called Steakums. That's what we always called them. We're having Steakums. We didn't have a lot of steak. Now we did have deer steak. We had venison. Andrew said he's got a debate tomorrow night with Jake as his partner. Did he say that? He also said he has a debate Friday night. Did he? Interesting. Do I ever help Andrew debate and how often? My job at the Crucible is to prepare people for debates via research, strategy, practice debates, presentations. Anybody that's a member of the Crucible, or anybody that people in the Crucible ask me to help. Specifically, sometimes I help with people with debates, other times I have nothing to do with it. Most of the time, when there's a debate that is in my wheelhouse, I have more to say than if like it's a debate that's like a drama thing that I don't know anything about. I think, I could be wrong, it hasn't been announced, but I believe if Andrew said he's debating with Jake tomorrow night, I believe Andrew and Jake may be debating immediately following me on Tomfoolery's channel. So I think that the idea is I'm going to debate Destiny at 6:30 on Tomfoolery's channel until roughly 9 or 9:30. And then I think there's another debate panel starting. And I think that's maybe where Jake and Andrew will be debating. You're part of the Crucible. How do you get in on that? If you ever need help with debate prep, DM me or DM someone in the Crucible like Mr. E or one of the mods to get in touch with me. And I would be more than happy to help you as long as I have time. Obviously, priorities are for people that, like, a priority would be Andrew or Jake Rattlesnake or Rachel Wilson or someone from the Crucibles going on Tim Pool's show. Obviously, those things would take priority. But as long as I have free time, you're fucking A, man. I would help every single right-winger win every debate possible. Me and Andrew have debated on the same team several times. What are Andrew and Jake debating? I believe the topic is Trump's consolidation of power. I believe is the topic. That's all. That's all I've been informed. But easiest place to DM me is actually X. So my name's just robnoerr on X. I check those DMs a lot. I'm kind of bummed out that I'm not doing this meeting tonight. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to be on the same side of someone who it's an alpha debater, or I wouldn't use the word alpha necessarily. It's not the way I talk, but I completely understand what you mean. Usually, I prefer someone that talks less than me to be my debate partner, unless it's a topic that I'm willing to be in the back seat on because I think that my partner knows as much, if not more, than me. So there have been times. Normally, if I'm debating with Andrew and it's more of a philosophical topic, I usually take the back seat and leave Andrew. If it's more of a direct politics, like the last time we were on the same side together was a panel, the last official time, and it was during the election season. Who should we vote for, Trump or Kamala? And I think you'll see that I took the front seat on that because Andrew's not really. How much to bring the hot dog shirt back? $2,500 was what we said. For $2,500, we'll bring back the hot dog shirt and the hat. Not one-time donation. If we just get all night the donation, so it's not going to happen tonight. But yeah, like if I'm debating a theology debate, or if I'm debating feminism, or if I'm debating like force doctrine or something like that, then yeah, of course, I'm just going to be backseating it and leave Andrew take the wheel. Pesos? We deal in dollars or whip standard units here, is what we deal with. So, yeah, I think it'll be. Man, Tom Fullery's got a 24-hour sub show going on tomorrow. And if I'm correct that that's where Andrew and Jake are debating, what that'll mean is starting at 6:30, I'm going to debate Destiny and kick his ass for about 2.5 hours and 3 hours. And then Andrew and Jake are going to debate for 2.5 hours to 3 hours and also kick ass. So I think you're looking at a 6-hour block of ass kicking, folks. Oh, it's going to be a good night. Mwah! Hell. If it's an open panel on Tom Fullery's show, I might just stick around to kick some ass with Andrew Wilson and Jake Rattlesnake. I'd love to do it. It'd be my pleasure. But we'll see. Yeah, I got to reach out to Jim Bob. I haven't talked to Jim Bob for a while. I think it'd be fun to just do a bullshit stream with Jim Bob. I think it'd be a lot of fun. We did meet the goal. That's right, old Joe. So here's what I'm going to do. Be honest. Be honest. We'll put the whip wheel up one more time. You don't have $50. We'll spin the whip wheel. $100. You can pick any one of those songs you need. But be honest, if it's anyone considering donating any more tonight, and the reason I ask is this: I'll stay up for some donations. But if not, I'm going to get some sleep because I got a fucking brutal day tomorrow. Not the debate. The debate's easy. The prep work. Prep work's going to be brutal, and not for my debate because I have 3 fucking debates to prep for tomorrow. And I got to get this shit done before my debate. So, yeah. Plaid Spot says go to bed. I think that's good advice. I think it is. I think it's good advice. I really do. But before I leave, you guys have been so nice tonight. Thank you for getting us to that goal. Let's do one more song. Everyone was asking, they didn't hear the rap song. Did I put that one up? Are you ready? I gotta rename this. I think this is it. Let's play the rap song one time. For free, a freebie. $100 freebie. What a deal. And the reason is I'm going to find someone to raid if we
Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the land says, nay, 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 nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, 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 left. There's a whip, left, 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 left. A crack on the back said, gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Crack on the back said, wanna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Walk it, walk it, walk, walk.
Oh, snap. Wait, I just think. There you go. A freebie, man. That's a freebie for you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you especially to my guest earlier tonight, Fabian Liberty. I don't think I'm ready for Destiny tomorrow either. I know I am. Destiny will have a lot of specific research. He'll go through the files and he'll find 2 or 3 lines that he thinks shows ambiguity, or that some comment that some politician or I make or someone was slightly inaccurate. He'll try to focus hyper on the specific tree instead of the forest. That'll be his strategy. So what I need to do to prepare, if I have any time, is to be very careful to highlight from every single file exactly word for word what I say. If I can't do that, then it'll get a little dicey, but I'll still win the debate. But if I can do that, then I'll win the debate convincingly. It's all going to be about how much time I'll be able to prepare. I need to get another promo. No thanks. We will be rating Emmett. Well, I already decided to raid Emmett. I think for Speakeasy, what I like to do is go on his channel on Fridays and hopefully bring some audience to him that way. But so for tonight, I'll raid Emmett. So, having said that, special thanks to my guest tonight, Fabian Liberty, who I'm a big fan of. I think you should go check out his channel. He put a lot of work into his presentation today, and I couldn't be happier with it. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I think it showed a lot of effort on his part, and it was very entertaining and informational to me. If you missed it, it was on James Cash Penney, the founder of J.C. Penney's, and sort of his rag to riches story in a series that Fabian's calling Heroes of Capitalism. And I think it was a tremendous story. So you guys should check it out on my channel or on Fabian's. I'll try to leave it up. I don't think there's been anything too odious on the channel here this fine evening. Special shout out to my editor, Black Elk, as always, my great mods, Zen's Forehead, who wasn't here, but Achilles, EOD, and Are We Not Men, who all were here at one point tonight. Thank you to all of them. Thank you, Blasterbot, for getting us to the end there with donations, and everyone else that donated. Really, 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 really appreciate it. And everyone that was involved in the chat that stuck it through to the end or elsewise was here at some point tonight. I thank you considerably. Tomorrow, I will start streaming around 6 p.m. Eastern. You will not see me. You will not see me. I repeat one more time. You will not see me for my regular noon call-in show. I have 2 options tomorrow. I'll definitely start at 6. I'll do the debate with Destiny. Option 1 is I'll keep streaming right on through that. Option 2 would be if they allow me to join the panel with Jake and Andrew on sort of Trump's consolidation of power, I'd be happy to do it. Otherwise, then I have a question. And I don't know, maybe the mods will know here. What should I do? Should I keep streaming if most of my audience is going to want to watch Jake Rattlesnake and Andrew Wilson immediately preceding my debate with Destiny on the same channel debate? Should I just keep streaming through? Or should I stop the stream, raid over to Andrew or Jake, and then come back at like 10 p.m.? Or like come back at like midnight? Because it's supposed to be the Griftathon tomorrow night. But I don't know how grifty people are going to feel if it's like, fuck, Crucible Cruise, redundancy fine? All right, fuck it. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to fill up at ending my stream at 10 and then coming back at midnight, though. That might be a little fucked up. Even for me. It might be a bit crazy. Will even come back? We'll see. Like I said, best case scenario, they let me just stick around and debate. They'll give me something to do. I'll be down with that. Doing an invasion tomorrow as well. Ooh, really? Andrew double dipping. Doing the debate, then an invasion? Maybe we'll do the Griftathon Friday then. Anyways, what I'm going to need for you guys is, I'm only doing one show tomorrow. So we're going to need to reach our goal. And I'm not going to be there to poke and prod you. Make sure you donate. I'm going to be fucking debating. So, we're going to need you all to really, really throw some donos in tomorrow while I'm debating. I would really appreciate it. So, Tony Stark, congratulations. The 10,000th person to make the Master Debater chat. It's always funny, though. So, thank you, Tony. Tom Fullery show. He's having a 24-hour subathon tomorrow. I'll put the one last time I'll put this before I go to bed. Gosh. There we go. 24-hour subathon, Thursday. 3 p.m. Wired article panel. YouTube liberals versus TikTok lefties. Okay. 6:30, the main event. Obama Russiagate debate, me and Destiny. And then at 9:30, there's a power on Trump accumulating power. And I think that's the 9:30 debate is the debate that Andrew and Jake will be part of. Thank you, O-Fucks. Zero fucks. Why don't we just call you O-Fucks? Thanks, man. I'll check it out. I can't guarantee that I'll have time to go through that Destiny stream, but I already caught the Chat GPT. Destiny going to Chat GPT, so good shit. All right. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. I really do appreciate you. We're going to raid over to Emmett. Please, please, please stick around to at least give him a sub, a thumbs up on his video. I know I'd appreciate it. He would definitely appreciate it. He's a good dude. I think you'll like what he has to say. We'll see y'all tomorrow around 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll decide what to do after that debate, but I'm going to be mucho busy tomorrow. So thanks for sticking with me. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. As always, have a good one.